Good evening. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's already busy here. It's so loud, so much traffic. Well, let me get into flight deck. Sort of the shouts are hard. November Mike, hello to you. Aviamar, hello. Fishbone, hello. Avenger, greetings. Lilo, hello to you. Aviamar, how are you doing? MH, hello. And Italian Alien, yeah, I hope you had a great stream, right? Nice, nice coverage in which area was it you said? I read it earlier on. Where was that? Hang on. That was in... oh, the UAE radar, exactly. And then he said it was chilled, but later on he got more traffic. That's great to hear. Big shout out again to Italian Alien 21. Check out his channel on Twitch, and thank again for the rate. Mark, hello. Yeah, so got some nice news regarding shared flight. I did a test flight with Mark today in the FENIX A320 from just a quick hop from East Midlands up to Edinburgh, and it worked very nicely, including an electric failure we did. So yeah, very promising indeed. Good times ahead. Peter, hello to you. Let's see, I've forgotten someone here. Hang on. MH. Voyager, moin, wie geht's dir? And Paul the Pilot, hello. Jacob, hello. Kabel, hello. Flugzeit, hello. And the real Phil, hello. Things with Val, hello to you. Yes, so, exactly. So we are today in the PMDG 777F, and there's been some talk, at least on my Discord, some excitement because of the update the aircraft has gotten. Now let me have a look. Engine. Where's my outside views? Nose. Oh, Jesus. Just let me create 2 more views for the outside. Yeah, so big update apparently. Huge changelog. And one of the big things apparently, the fly-by-wire system. I'll read out the changes in a minute. So put that there, and then let me quickly adjust the viewpoint. That is a nice view. Just a little bit pitch up. Beautiful. Take that. That it is. And then we'll do another one later for the engine start. And then we're good to go. Next engine. Now, we have a decent flight time today, like 2 hours 20, I would imagine. And if you're interested, during cruise flight, we'll talk about the fly-by-wire system. Some time ago, I actually made a nice file on my subscriber channel on Discord, and where I actually explained a little bit about the C*U concept, so the fly-by-wire concept here in the 777 PMDG. Also explained something about the fly-by-wire indications, the trim indication, right? Which you can turn on and off, and I'll show you that straight away. So you would go to PMDG setup, then go to options, simulation, and then on page 1 of 8, you have the prompt show FBW fly-by-wire trim reference speed, and you want to put that to yes so that you have it later on the PFD. Now you want to ask yourself, well, why do I want that? Well, it's a visual representation which is not there in the real aircraft. Okay, in the real aircraft you have your force feedback yoke. You'll know when you are out of trim. Okay, but here in the flight sim, it's especially helpful for people that don't have a force feedback yoke. And that way you can have an indication on the primary flight display to what speed you have trimmed the aircraft to. And why that is important, I'll tell you in a minute, well, once we've powered up the aircraft. Good. Yeah, let me get power up to the aircraft. First, as always, battery on. We check that the wipers are off, hydraulics are off. We have the landing gear lever down. We have flap lever, let's check that is up. Speed brake lever down. Fuel control switch is off. Radar is off as well, and that's good. So we'll have aircraft power up. This takes quite some time, so there's a lot of computers here in the 777 behind the scenes here that have to power up. I know that there's a cockpit mod, but I didn't want to mess about with that today. One thing I have done though, I have installed the latest DLSS 4.5 drivers. So the latest one, 310.6 with the preset M, which is supposed to have reduced the ghosting a little bit more. If that's the case, we'll see. I think there is still some ghosting as far as I've seen. But we could check that as well. Right, let me just dial down the sim sounds just a tad. Still loud, isn't it? That's better. Cool. Let's get some brightness in here. No, Aviamar, no. As far as I know, it's only on the 777 with the trim speed indication. Hey, Martin. Real Phil asks, you got yourself the FENIX A320, what would you say is the most stunning feature of the aircraft? I think it has to do with the integration of the simulation with the EFB. I think that's really nice. And Martin, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Cool. Yeah, so let's do the rest of the overhead panel. I'm going to go with the Adiro on, so the ADR IRS units. We talked about this on last stream when we flew the 777. Just one button. Then we're going to go with the emergency lights. Then window heat goes on already. Hydraulic stays off. I'm going to put the seatbelts on. That's all norm. Auto start on. Fuel jettison covered. Arm switch off. Fuel pumps off. Engine wing anti-ice all in auto. Nav light on. Recirculation fans, equipment cooling on auto. Packs on, trim air on. All the valves open, bleed air on as it should be. Outflow valves out of position. Looking good. Lights are off. Fantastic. Let's go with the pedestal here. Just going to put that to on. That should actually be off here. Yeah. That should be standby. Perfect. Cool. Good. Radios. 22.8. This side, right side, I'll put 1 to 1.5. If anyone wants to fly along, I have published the routing here. So that's the routing that I'm taking today. Anti-cross noticed some porpoising when the autopilot tried to level off, and yeah, I did some test flight yesterday, and I had some weird stuff as well happening. So definitely, I don't know. Let's see if we can reproduce that today. But I agree. Yesterday, there's a couple of things that I wasn't happy with. Now, regarding what has changed. Okay, so this is from the from the published comment on the PMDG forum, where it says the most noticeable change in this new build of the 777 comes in the form of a refactored model for the simulation of the 777's much respected CU fly-by-wire control system. Well, it's more a C*U system, and I'll explain exactly the differences. Hey, Flores. So at its heart, CU is what makes the pilot rave about the stability and handling characteristics of the 777 airplane, and a significant development effort has been made to implement this properly in the dynamic environment of Microsoft 2024. Properly done, C*U allows the 777 to fly as an ideal plane would fly, retaining the normal pitch speed interface pilots are used to from years of flying, but leveraging the fly-by-wire capabilities to enhance speed and pitch stability, making the overall flying experience more stable and pleasurable. We think you will notice the improvement in quality as you hand fly to 777. We shall see. Here's the changelog just for the fly-by-wire stuff. So they updated the flap turn takeoff tweaks, update takeoff rotation bias, flare bias tweak, okay, reduced spoiler effect on roll, and again a comprehensive refactor of the C*U roll and pitch control. We shall see. We'll have a look at that. Exactly, Jacob. So that's what I understood as well. They did not update anything for 2020 to my knowledge, at least not for the fly-by-wire system. Good. So I've loaded in the flight plan already. Let's have a quick look through that. So Madrid to Leipzig. And the cool thing is we have ATC here in Madrid, which is great. And then later we'll have ATC in Leipzig. Hence the routing today. We're going to weigh approximately 232.10 fuel weight. Flight time is a nice 2 hours 30 minutes. Like I said, a bit of time to talk about stuff. Alternate is Berlin-Schönefeld. No, Berlin-Brandenburg, sorry. It's called Brandenburg these days. Yeah, Lilo, I'm excited to see about the fly-by-wire. Sorry, the Horizon 787 mod, yeah. Whenever that comes out. Hopefully before the Vector 787 comes out, right? Trip fuel, 19 tons. I have a bit of extra 15 minutes. And the weather should be okay here. Should be nice anyways. We have northerly winds, so 3-6 for takeoff. 3-6 right, I assume. We've got 17 degrees, Cavoke 1018 altimeter. And could be a bit windier from time to time. Leipzig 265, Cavoke 12 degrees. No big changes. So nice weather, no threats. Berlin, the same. Tomorrow some rain, drizzle, but today all good, no threats. Happy with that. Good. Which means we're going to go into the FNC. And I do have a hardware. I know I'm flexing, I'm sorry, but just in case you are noticing me typing in, so I do have my 777 FMS right next to me, and I'm using the 737 FCU, which gives me basic control over headings, altitude, some modes, etc. as well. Hey cargo pilots, hope you had a good week, and yeah, hope you have at least Easter, some days off. Luke, hello to you. End of June, Lilo. Okay, end of June for the Horizon 787 target. Okay, cool. Good. Position in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the GPS position in here. Then for the routing, let's do a route request. Let's take SimBrief route Madrid to Leipzig. So I'm going to set the payload, set the fuel, and then select the route. So 30 tons block fuel. Is that correct? Hang on. 30 tons block fuel. Man, we need a lot of taxi fuel, not going to lie. Yeah, 600 kilograms taxi fuel. We'll need that. Good, we have the route uplink. We'll load that. And then for the descent forecast uplink, we'll go to the descent page, forecast, load the wind data there as well. And for the Lex page. Let's activate that. Execute route data, wind data load as well while we're here. Hey THP, Grüße nach Dresden, wie geht's? So wind data is inserted, looking good. Also, let me go and fetch the let me fetch the clearance in a minute. Route descent forecast. I think we already have that, don't we? Let's go again. Forecast. We'll pledge that. Good. Excellent. Route data one more time. Yeah, we've got the wind data in here. It doesn't have climb winds, which is a bit weird, really. And Nanak, bonjour. How are you? THP erkältet. Ja, mir geht's gut. Dankeschön. Yeah, looking forward to some lovely days over Easter time.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box YouTube channel subscriber experience.
And
could new subscribers please make their way to the first class
here.
cabin, where complimentary drinks,
YouTube.
snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Rick, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Round of applause for that. Thank you so much for that. And Greg, yeah, if you are on Discord, come and join our Discord server. There you can find some nice files in the Discord member section there. Here's the link. Hello. Hey Lilital, how are you doing? Let me post that link also here on YouTube for Discord. Yeah, and if you need any help, Greg, let me know. Just don't be shy. There's a section in the member section. If you have linked your Discord with my Discord, or sorry, your YouTube account with my Discord, then you'll also be able to directly message me for some questions if you like. And yeah, if you have any problems, contact me or the mods. Happy to help you. Lilienthal, ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Cool. We're going to go to the comm section of our ICAS. So we're going to go here. Flight information and then departure clearance request. The current ATIS departure is Golf. So we're going to put Golf in here. Facility for the DCL, let me check that, is Lima Echo Mike Delta. Lima Echo Mike Delta. Put that in there. Gate is 225. We have a long taxi up, guys. Let's send that off. Let's see if that works. Sending. Sent. Then once we get a message back, we should get a prompt here on the ICAS. Yeah, long taxi in Madrid. Cargo pilot, no, actually a horrible week. Okay, no, sorry to hear that, cargo pilot. Now you got a few days off. Okay, that's good to hear. Back to work on Tuesday. Yeah, keep fingers crossed. Oh man. Good. Nice feature here. Let's get the EFB in here. That way I can type in stuff a bit easier. So zero fuel weight is 232.1, correct. That's in. Reserve fuel is going to be, yeah, 7.6. So it's the alternate fuel plus the final reserve fuel. So alternate plus final, right? 7.6. Good. ATC, please check your VDGS panel and follow started window. Yeah. So we have to pull that up. VATSIM VDGS. So let me try that again. VATS.im. I'm seeing this more and more. I've talked about this on the last stream. It's a virtual TOBT window, right? So let's check the time. 16:22 is correct. So we're on live time, and we should be on live weather as well. Yeah, live weather, live time, all good. So cancel that message. Let's review the other messages here. Yeah, new messages. Let's have a look here. All right, so here we got the PDC. I'll accept that straight away, so I'm not going to forget that. So Postman 51 Kilo is cleared to Leipzig off 36 right, as expected, long taxi out. Via the Robar for Romeo. Departure 13,000 feet initially, squawk 1,000. So I'm setting 13,000 already here in the FCU and pre-dialing squawk 1,000. Excellent. Good. Regarding our TOBT, so we have to determine. Oops. Just been thrown out from VATSIM. Oh, hang on. Connect. Hang on. Seems like the server's having issues. We are now back connected again. There we go. Another message. What do you mean flight plan not held? Well, let me refile that. Call sign in use. Yeah. Because that's me. Bravo Charlie Sierra 51 Kilo. No, that's exactly the one I've got. And that's the one I filed. Oh, you mean like hang on. Oh yeah, you're right. Wasn't it here? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I didn't. No, hang on. That's correct. Bravo Charlie Sierra 51 Kilo. Third 130080. Let me clear that up if everything's okay. Now we should be ready to go in about 15 minutes, I would say. So
I can only give you 2 tips. Roger, looks out for next.
So what time is it then? It's going to be
Atlanta 861. Set up approved for push contact apron on 123.25.
26. That's like 40, right? 1640.
Madrid, leave it.
There you go. So
Iberia 85 Romeo TSAT at 16572.
So I have now filed my TUBT.
Madrid delivery with 53907, request push and start. With a 53907, set up approved for push.
Yeah, maybe it was because of that.
disconnect.
I'll contact ATC for a second and see. Hey, Fogbound Turtle, nice to see you.
Set up approved for push contact apron.
Is ATC okay? Loud enough?
255 with 615, thank you, bye. Lufthansa 2255.
Did you get one on your Yankee rate push and start? Iberia 85 Romeo, can we update our distance, please?
Lufthansa 2255.
Lufthansa 2255 with you.
Lufthansa 2255, set up approved for push contact ground on 121.63.
No, so the TUBT, that is the time that I'm able to push back.
2255, correction.
The TSAT is depending on how much traffic there is outbound
Apron 123
during that time. Let's say you have lots of traffic, then ATC will give you a later startup time. So that's my time when I'm ready. This is plus minus 5 minutes the time ATC will give me the clearance for pushback. And it's expecting 18 minutes taxi out time. Delivery Madrid, hello from Postman 51 Kilo.
2 stations, Postman 51 Kilo, go.
Yeah, Postman 51 Kilo. We did receive the PDC via by PDC, the clearance. Is there any issues on your side regarding our flight plan?
Postman 51 kilo negative, but we did have a problem with connection, so it shows as you are not confirmed, but it should be the same clearance, and your flight plan is correct.
Okay, that's fine. I'll call you then when ready for startup. Thank you, Postman 51 kilo.
Egypt Air 49er Yankee, ready for push and start.
Okay, there we go. So we cleared that up. No issues there.
49er Yankee, setup approved for push, pushback. Setup approved for pushback.
VATSIM sounds a little bit for you guys. And then we are going to just quickly review the clearance. Oh, that was ours. Down, uplink, flight plan not held.
That is correct. You need to set 1648, area 850.
Madrid delivery, hello Iberia 172 at stand 370 with information Gulf requesting IFR to Malta.
There it is. It's the flight info. Yes, the Dirkster, exactly. So we have departure 36 right via the Robar for Romeo departure, correct? Execute that. Then we have our flight planned routing, which we can check here. So we have, come on. Romeo Bravo Oscar, November 867, Delta Golf Oscar, Lima 176, Lucem, direct Lulut, these names. Then direct Adabi, direct Bokno, Uniform November 858 Vanat, Uniform November 874 Pilitz, direct Chusu, Uniform November 858 Quebec Alpha Lima, direct Ranux, direct Valek, direct Lipni, direct Limbo, direct Marzek, direct Fetza, and then Tango 957 Kojak. And then we should be getting departure arrival, index arrival Leipzig. Most likely 26 left, hopefully, because we want to go to the DHL cargo apron in the south. Kojak 1 Victor, and then it's giving me a option for the jogger transition. Let's have a look here. 1 Victor. Oh, well, that's from the north. Okay, interesting. That's interesting. Where are we coming from? So we're going up towards Paris. Up towards Paris here. Then via Frankfurt, north of Frankfurt. Okay, that's why. So here's the airport. We're coming a little bit from the north then. Okay, that's fine then. I'll take that transition, or the star. So northern transition there. Radar vectors, and then it's going to be the ILS. Although I want to try smooth. I want to try the IAN capability. So I'm going to try to get the RMP via jogger. So let's try that. Let's have a look here. Vectors jogger, looking good. Let's go and have a look here at flying mode. Yeah. We shall try that. Cool. Good. So that's all inserted. Happy with that. And let me go again and check the departure weather really quickly. So that's going to be 1019 on the altimeter. That looks better. 1019. Alpha terrain mode on here. Good. Auto brake RTO. We'll do a route copy really quickly, complete. And then performance in it. Just going to confirm the 7.6 in here. And level 350. Let's have a look. So, initial 340. Okay. So I'm going to put initial 340 in here. There we go. And it's cost next 170. Ooh. Those fuel prices, did you hear that the kerosene prices tripled or quadrupled? I'm going to tell you, if the prices remain this elevated for a couple of months, we're going to hear a lot of airlines running into trouble. A lot of trouble. I mean, there are some airlines that have hedged their kerosene for a couple of months, but once those hedges start moving out, yeah, it's so kerosene is a kind of special fuel. There aren't many kerosene facilities. Yeah, but the thing is, the Lufthansa did hedge like 75-80% of their fuel. The problem is that they're going to have to stop hedging now because of the high prices. And at some point, you know, your hedgings run out. So they have bought themselves a bit more time. So all those airlines that haven't hedged, they're going to have to start parking aircraft for sure. So yeah, we've got another really very bad situation coming up if things don't change quickly. Good, let's go to the performance tool. So I am going to select 3-6 right. So we have a weight of 262.2. Let's check that. Yeah, 262.2. Now we're going to burn off a bit of fuel on taxi out. Now you can take that into account. I would say I'm just going to take a 261.9 CG air conditioning config automatic anti-ice off rating optimum. We'll import the weather here. Yeah, 1019, bit of headwind, 17 degrees. Now let me change that to 18 and altimeter 1018 just in case those get a little bit worse as we taxi out. So I'm already including a bit of negative performance impact in this case, so I don't have to recalculate on the taxi out. Good, so we're going to get flaps 5, TO2, flex 44, so we're not that heavy today. So takeoff 2 with a 44 selected temperature, climb 2 is fine as well. Flaps 5, CG 26.8, 27, that's 5.25 on the trim. Speeds we'll take with the 159, 160 and 161 confirmed. I'll dial that in up here already, so don't forget 161. Heading, we'll check the minute. Al Navina 13,000 was given to us by ATC. Infos in here. Delta. Oops. Yeah, so Mike, it is a good position for now, but knowing from past issues, crisis that we've had, that hedge will run out in, let's say, half a year. So those prices have to come down within the next couple of months. Good, we've got a 360 on the heading, okay, that's fine. We've got NTP 1 in in that. So I'm going to go to page 2 of the takeoff reference page. So engine out, acceleration, and again that is height. Okay. So we have to look at our elevation, which is about 2,000 feet. So that's 1,600 feet. Well, actually, no, that's 4,100. So that's 2,100 non-standard height for the engine out. And 1,500 for the thrust reduction, and acceleration is going to be 3,000 feet above the ground. So that is EDDP 1. And in case of engine failure, we're going to go 10 miles, Bravo Romeo Alpha. Barajas. So I'll take that. Take it. Take a 10-mile ring around that. And then right turn to Asbin to hold.
Iberia 172, stand 370, information Golf, requesting IFR to Malta.
Good, let's check that on the nav display quickly. So we go straight out, runway track 10 miles from Barajas, and then we turn right to Asbin, which is here. So it's kind of a downwind vector there. And with the MSA being as it is, I am so departure LEMD SID. So we've got Roba for Romeo. Roba, here, no. Where is it? It's Roba.
Iberia 2750, confirm reception via text break, with goes 47 Bravo Delta, students via text confirm, acknowledge.
Right, there we go. That's our departure route here. Departure end runway, DE, departure end 36 right, and at least 2,500. Then 016 Mike Delta 047, 3,000 above, correct. Then Mike Delta, well, that's not for our departure. Next fix is going to be Robeladillo. 10,000 above, correct. And then we go to Pinar. Oh no, that ends our routing here. So from that onwards we go on the airway. So yeah, 10,000 last restriction that we have. Now sectors 10,000 all around. And Claudia, good evening. So that is fine. Now for the engine out, white area, so the contour layer would be 5,000 safe. So as long as we stay in the white area, we're safe in 5,000. That's what I would do. I would climb 5,000 feet. The max landing weight is 260.9. So currently we are pretty much, we're going to burn a bit of fuel. So we're pretty much at max landing weight. So I'm going to quickly calculate a landing performance with Madrid with 3 to right. So 260 tons. Flap config 25. In case of engine failure, aircon on. We'll have engine ITIs off. Reverser no credit will take. Yeah, we could take maximum landing, but let's take auto brake 3. We have a engine shutdown. Left, right, flaps 20. It's interesting. I hope that overrides the flap config there. So flaps 20 for engine out, of course. And then let's have a look here. Interesting. It's already calculated with max manual brakes. Yeah, it is max manual brake. It ignores the auto brake setting, it seems. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. So whatever we do, yeah, Jacob, exactly. So it's a flaps 20 engine out landing. I'm just wondering why it did have 25 in here, but I guess it does override that. Anyways, we have 3,000 meter available, so we've already checked in case of engine failure that we can land here. We don't have to do that in flight. Once we do get engine failure, or should we get engine failure, so that's all covered already. That's good. So quick return to Madrid Barajas is fine. Cool. So let's do checklist 777 for the flows. So just in case we need that. Good. So I'll give you a quick briefing then regarding the... What time is it? Are we still... Oh yeah, we've got to go. Otherwise our TSAT runs out. So we are currently parked on the most distant part of the airport, and we have to go to the northern part, which is quite annoying to say the least. So taxi routings, guys. So here we are, Park 225 on the cargo ramp. And we're going to have to taxi out. I would say Mike. Yeah, probably Mike or Alpha, depends. Whatever he gives us, Mike or Alpha, then Alpha. I think it's going to be Alpha. Then Alpha 17 to the right, Alpha, and then Mike at the end, and then full length 36 right. It's going to be a long taxi out. We already briefed the oh, it's Mike all the way. Okay, then Mike all the way. And yeah, we briefed the departure already, up 13,000 feet. We briefed the engine out procedure already. Anything else? Threats, specialities. Currently lots of traffic, high terrain to the north, west, but apart from that, I would say we're good. Which means we're going to go for the first checklist, pre-flight checklist. Oxygen test at 100%. Flight instruments, we have heading 360, altimeters 1019, 1970. 3 times checked. And that's the pre-flight checklist complete.
Italia 46 Romeo, are you ready for
Negative. 5 minutes. Italia 46 Romeo.
And Postman 51 Kilo is position 2 to 5, fully ready.
Postman 51 Kilo, startup approved for pushback and taxi contact apron 121.705.
121.705, startup is approved. Thank you from Postman 51 Kilo. So let's get that on and let's get GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. Then here, doors. Let's close the last doors. Yeah, all doors, and let's arm. Voila, fantastic, cool. Then let's do the items. So, before start items. And we're going to go with...
Lufthansa 279, please confirm, are we only cleared from Mike 10
That
or are we
fuel
cleared from Mike
pumps
directly to Ramsey?
Probably did it the wrong way around, but there we go.
Negative, Lufthansa 27
Oh, hold on.
X-ray, here
APU's not running.
contact Madrid, ground 123.155.
Lufthansa 279, thank you, 123.155, goodbye.
Oh, is it taxi out? No, I don't think so. I hope not. No, I don't think so.
The ground, hello, good afternoon. This is Europa 2 Romeo. Stand Tango 14, ready for push and start.
Yeah, but I mean, the light post there, maybe for smaller aircraft. I'm not sure. I know the arrow is a bit misleading though. Also, very often you have these roads, but we'll see. We'll see what we get if it's pushback or taxi out. Madrid ground, good afternoon. What a status from Postman 51 kilo. Stand is 225, cargo apron. Quick question, is it taxi out or pushback position here?
Postman 551 kilo, I will call you in 1 minute. Europa 22 Romeo with QNH1019er, push and start approved facing north.
So now we can...
QNH1019er, push and start approved facing north. Europa 22 Romeo.
So much traffic, crazy.
November 6 to Juliet Hotel, push start approved facing east, QNH1019er.
I'd always ask IRL as well, unless I already know that, you know, I've done this before, taxi out.
Lankan 571, hello, taxi 2263 via Alpha and Foxtrot, Joel, Alpha and Echo 1, stand 263.
Let's interrupt the pushback.
Via Alpha and Echo 1, stand 263, Lankan 571. Thank you very much, have a wonderful evening.
Manta 5 Sierra Tango, hello. Taxi to stand 258.
Before start checklist, MCP V2161 heading 360,
Via Alpha
altitude
and Echo
13,000, takeoff speeds.
1 Echo 2.
We have V1159, VR160, V2161 with DTO 244. CD pre-flight now. It is completed. Trim.
Block.
5.25. That's very important for the takeoff. Unit 00 is set.
November 620
Taxi
Juliet
takeoff briefing
Hotel.
completed, and that's the
Taxi
before start checklist
236
complete.
left by Charlie 1 and
Engine
Mike
page open.
until Mike 10.
Charlie 1, Mike 10, Mike 36 left.
Apron, Lankan 571.
Lankan 571, go ahead.
It's very busy.
Just to confirm, we are to enter 263 via Echo 1. According to my chart, the stand is facing to the south.
So, facing
Hey,
south,
Captain Chaos.
Alpha and Foster 2.
By Alpha and Foxtrot 2,
Jacob,
stand 263.
just so that you've gone through the whole procedure,
571.
and then you know that you've done
Guzmata 5 Sierra Tango,
that you've done everything.
stand 258 via Alpha and Foster 2.
Captain Whiskey of Busan Bravo Delta Tango 1, push.
Wisgo 47 Bravo Delta. Hello, KH1019er, push approve, facing it.
He locked off. He had enough.
The 7 Alpha Delta, hello, request push and face.
Beeline 7 Alpha Delta.
Yeah, Captain Chaos, me too. I did some testing yesterday.
KH1019er, push and start approve, facing north.
Yeah, I ran into issues yesterday, so hopefully today it's going to be better.
Winds 28 X-ray, taxi 236 right, by gate 4 and until Mach 10.
Hey, Ghost.
Postman 51 kilo, ready for taxi.
And also, Postman 5, we're just wondering if it's a taxi out position or pushback position here.
Start approved, call me for taxi.
Okay, so it's a taxi out, then startup is approved. Thank you, Postman 5 1 kilo. I call you for taxi. Good.
Postman 38 Romeo.
Alright, there we go. So we're going to go with, we'll start left engine. It is auto start, so we can put that
Postman
to
38 Romeo.
Ron.
No le veo ahora mismo. Puede desconectar y reconectar. No aparece en ningún lado.
Apron
Oil pressure rising.
side with you or Mike 9.
Peter 775, there was a problem with the connection. Please disconnect and reconnect because I can see you here.
Roger, we'll try again now.
no. Ghost, no, I don't have any cockpit textures now. Well, the DLSS is a lot worse here.
And Apron Seabird 775, hopefully you got us there.
Peter 775, turn right.
Good engine start. Let's start the right
Turn
engine.
right to gate 3 and push and at discretion, park at discretion.
Roger, right on to gate 3 and then park discretion. Thank you, Seabird 775.
Ready for taxi, Europa 22 Romeo.
Europa 2 Romeo. Un minuto, estoy con usted. Ryanair 38 Romeo. Sigo sin verle. ¿En qué taxiway está, por favor?
Estamos, Postman 38 Romeo, estamos en el punto Yankee 1 de la 36 derecha.
Do I have to board his
Tiene que llamar a
sound pack?
Torre. Está en Madrid Ground Sur. Tiene que llamar a Torre, le digo ahora.
Good question. I have this for the 737. Is it that one? Okay.
118 de Kemal 08, ¿será?
I wasn't sure, to be honest. Alrighty, that's good engine start. Let's do the before taxi items flaps 5. So APU is going off. That's all good. We'll do a cancel recall. TCAS off is fine. Then we'll do the flight control check here. Full up.
Europa
Full down.
to Romeo.
Full left.
Traffic,
Full right.
Boeing 77.
Rudder. Full left.
Taxi to
Full right.
runway 26 left. Via gate 2 and Mike.
Neutral.
Mike 10.
Copy that, taxi,
And let's
runway
do
36,
the
left via gate 2.
before tax
Mike,
checklist. Anti-ice off, recall was checked, flag controls checked, ground equipment
Mike
is clear.
Zero
And
five
that's
two.
the before tax checklist complete.
With Manta 5 Sierra Tango, do you you have passed Foxtrot 2 and Echo 2. You are now on Charlie 7. Discretion on your left. November 620 Juliet
Is
Hotel,
Boris, is that okay?
contact Madrid Grand 123.155. November 620 Juliet Hotel, continue to Mike 10 and contact Madrid ground 123.155.
Continue Mike 10 and ground 123.155 for Children.
7 Alpha Delta request taxi.
Beeline 7 Alpha Delta taxi to runway 36 right via India Niner gate 4 and Mike until Mike 10.
Taxi 36 right via India 9 gate 4 and Mike until Mike 10, Beeline 7 Alpha Delta.
Postman 51 Kilo, request taxi.
Postman 51 Kilo, taxi to 36 right via Echo 1, Alpha 7, Alpha Mike 1 and Mike until Mike 10.
Postman 51 Kilo, 36 right, Echo 1, Alpha 7, then Alpha, and then Mike 1, Mike, and we'll hold short Mike 10. So let's see if that makes any sense. So Echo 1, Alpha 7, that's a short part here, Alpha 7. Oh, and then Alpha Mike 1, that's 1 point there. Alpha Mike 1, Mike, so this could be the point where we have to be very careful. Mike, and then hold short Mike 10. That's where we're going to get a handover to the next controller. Right, let's have a look. Clear right side, clear left side, and taxi, turn off lights on. Off we go.
Approaching Mike 0, Europa 22 Romeo.
Europa 22 Romeo over Mike 10, contact Madrid ground 123.155.
Copy that, will contact Madrid 123.155 Europa 22.
Yeah, that's alright, that fits. Not too bad. It is a big aircraft. Good, so we have to be careful, like I said. So it is going to be a right turn here, Alpha 7, then a left one, Alpha Mike 1, and then we go right again on Mike. So
Yeah,
easy
7 Alpha Delta approaching
to get lost here. So here's Alpha 7.
Beeline 7 Alpha Delta over Mike 10, contact Madrid ground 123.155.
123.155, Beeline 7 Alpha Delta, take Trinity, ciao.
So this is Golf 1. We are not allowed to take Golf 1. We have to take this one here. Here's Mike 7. It says there on the ground. I don't know if you can see that. And then we have to take the next one to get onto Mike. Crazy amount. So whenever you do these kind of 90-degree turns, that puts a lot of stress on your tires. There we go. Yeah, cargo pilot, see you later. Okay, so now we continue on Mike. Hold short Mike 10. Hey, Caleb. And then I assume we're going to get a handover to the next ground controller, 2163. We'll see. Right, let's speed up a bit. Still got a long taxi out.
Europa 5 Tango Alpha, I receive you 1 of 5. So Europa 5 Tango Alpha, I receive you 2 of 5. If you can, please get up your volume.
Requesting back to
25 knots. We have, look, it's We need
Europa
18 minutes.
Alpha now 505. Thank you very much. Taxi to runway 36 left.
Time is money.
India, gate 4, Mike until Mike 10.
So gotta be careful now. Here comes probably Mike 10 already. Gate 4. Oh no, one more. Okay, so that's gate 4, then there's the next one.
Lufthansa 1-4
That's the old
Charlie.
terminal there.
Taxi to Stan
Exactly,
1
Hannes, right?
and 9er via gate 3.
You want your parcels.
100 right into
Postman 51 kilo approaching Mike 10.
Postman 51 and kilo, contact Madrid ground 123.155.
23155, gracias, gracias. Postman 51 kilo.
Quedan 3 customers. Good there. Tengo 180.
Europa, Citurana contact tower 118.080.
118.080.
Hey, I was Scotsman.
Europa 22 Romeo, bye-bye.
Ground, what was that? It's from Postman 51 kilo, Mike 10, holding short.
Postman 51 kilo, moving us. Taxi Mike to fall in for Yankee 1.
Why am I holding point Yankee 1, Postman 51 kilo? So that's pretty much a simple clearance for the rest of the routing, right? So we stay on taxiway Mike, right on the holding point 36 right. Andale, andale. Arriba, arriba. Pilot Yanis, what do you expect? It's a long-range aircraft.
Ground, Ryanair 142 Golf, Bucket Lima 5, runway 6 left.
IRL, you don't take off
Ryanair 142
that
Golf,
quickly.
muy buenas. Taxi Alpha.
Let me remind you, Yanis, IRL, you
Taxi
take
Alpha
90
request
minutes
Tango 5 as a gate
from
for
time
Ryanair
you are
142 Golf.
on the aircraft until
Tango
you
5,
depart. So
Roger. Make a left turn
we're
onto
good in
Alpha.
time.
Left turn to Alpha, Ryanair 142 Golf.
Line 7 Alpha Delta, confirm right on Alpha.
Up there.
Beeline Alpha Delta negative. Continue Mike.
Thank you much, Mark, for the shout out. Good, so I've got to concentrate now. So we
Ryanair
go
142
Mike,
Golf,
Mike
contact
16, we turn right.
121.705.
Mike 16 to the right.
With
Pretty much where
121.705, Ryanair
Brussels Airlines
142
is.
Golf, thank you very much.
Postman 10 kilos, se da paso a la compañía, un 777 Mike 13, de derecha a izquierda.
Julian, like for a 10-hour flight, it does take, I would say, 20-25 minutes.
Welcome aboard the Captain Blackbox Cruise Channel subscriber experience. Good news subscribers.
Starminer, good evening. Hey Svenja, wie geht's? Alles gut. Ed Force 5, thank you for the 95 months, good God. So is he waiting now or not?
Just want to say hi before it gets busy.
Right, I'm going to go first because I did not get a hold and wait. So here's Mike 15, Mike 16 to the right. Yeah, that's got a sign here saying 36 right, you see. And Ed Force 5, thank you so much. I'm doing well. Hope you too, Ed Force 5. And once again, thanks for the 95 months. Blimey, we're getting old, my friend. So here we go, to the right, on Mike here. And we're still not there yet.
Postman 10 kilo, make a right turn to Alpha.
For Alpha, Postman.
Yoda, wie geht's? Lecker. How's cycling going? Have you got your normal bike out again? Yanis, well, I mean, sure, you can definitely, get airborne quicker, but
Ground,
It just takes the time that it takes, right? I mean, haste makes waste, I always say.
Alitalia
Okay.
46, continue Mike.
Quick recap, guys.
36 right.
Continue on Mike to holding point.
So we're going up 13,000 feet via the Romeo Bravo Oscar for Romeo departure to Romeo Bravo Oscar.
1630, Line 7.
36 right. In case of engine failure after V1, we go straight ahead 10 miles from the left VORDME. Turn right to what was it called? Nizor, I think it was called. No, sorry, Asbin it was called. Asbin there. Acceleration is going to be in 2,100.
Europa 85 Tango Alpha, hello, continue Mike, November 7.
Acceleration, that's why we review the procedures. In 4,100 altimeter.
4.51 kilo, contact ground, 121.630.
121.630, thank you, postcode 5 kilo.
Alitalia 46, Romeo, you're an Alpha, make the left turn onto Mike, whatever.
So Mike to the left.
Croatia 431, request taxi.
Wow, lots of traffic at the runway there.
Croatia 431,
Ghost.
continue ahead. Echo Alpha, right on November, Yankee 2, runway 36 right.
I did warn you guys, it's a long taxi out.
Beria 7 Mike, amends your clearance.
Wow,
Continue ahead.
There's
Bravo,
a
November,
button on my yoke which is quite annoying that it keeps getting contact somehow.
7 Mike, hold short, Zulu 3, and contact tower 118.
What scenery? I mean, it's some Madrid scenery.
Enjoy the gift.
Oh my god. Hunter! Hunter, AI gifting 5 subs. Hunter, thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you very much for that, Hunter. Big shout out. And those that just been gifted a subs, that's Raime, Neslin, Smiley, L. Malcolm, and Daniel. Please say big thank you to Hunter for that. Really kind.
Confirm your position, please.
Much appreciated.
Europa 35 Quebec Alpha, please check your connection. Reconnect, I don't have on the screen.
Hunter, that's really kind. Thanks so much.
Postman 51 Kilo Barajas.
Yeah, sorry, 51 Kilo, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Continue Mike. November Yankee 1. Runway 36 right.
Hi, Mike. November Yankee 1, 36 right. Only point. Postman 51 Kilo, thank you.
Line 7 Alpha Delta.
So he was busy, right? Good, let's check real quickly.
080 only call.
So November Yankee 13 Yankee 1. Good, okay.
Iberia, correction. Europa 53 Quebec Alpha. Hello, now on the screen. Continue left Kilo Charlie.
So,
left on Alpha.
One big thing we're going to look at with the latest update of the PMDG 777 is after we rotate. So we're going to look at the rotation first of all, see how it rotates.
Echo Bravo, left on Bravo.
And then, usually, a couple of seconds after we lift off,
Postman 51 Kilo, fish your right, November Yankee 1, and contact tower 118.080. Only calculate.
Yeah, next right, then hold Yankee 136 right, and we'll contact tower 118.080. Thank you so much. Until next time, Postman 5 Kilo.
Serbia 431, continue ahead, Yankee 2, hold short, and contact tower 118.080. Only calculate.
Busy. Nice, it's great to see lots of aircraft here today. So I'm just going to stop here, set the parking brake, and then 18080 for the tower. And then what we also want to do for the SID, check if we switch over automatically or if we get sent over. Unless otherwise indicated by the tower after takeoff and on reaching 1,000 feet AGL, call Madrid approach, corresponding on the runway in use. So that is pretty much clear. The question is, where is the frequency? Oh, there we go. 131175. Is that on? Yeah, 131175. I'm going to pre-select that. 131175. Hey, Alpha. And, you know, yeah, they definitely said that it's an online day for Madrid today. Barajas Tower. Buenas tardes from Postman, 51 Kilo, holding short Yankee 1.
51 Kilo, hello.
Such an easy call sign, Postman, right? But not for me. Okay, so after liftoff, after rotation, what I want to see is the fly-by-wire trim indication will then show up on the PFD speed scale. And it will look...
Iberia 172, confirm number 3 Romeo departure.
It will look something like this.
Runway 36 right clear for takeoff.
Now,
departure,
it's in cyan, but I've seen
affirmative, Nando 3 Romeo departure after takeoff 131-175 Iberia 172.
When you are close to the fly-by-wire trim speed, so if the indicated airspeed is near the trim speed, then it should get green. Now, what does this indicate? This indicates the speed which you have set the horizontal stabilizer to. So once the fly-by-wire system kicks in after liftoff, which has a transition phase, but once that kicks in, what it should do is that it should, in manual flight that is, it should adjust the pitch for you to get the speed to that trim speed setting. Okay? And once the actual speed is at the trim speed, then it should adjust the pitch accordingly automatically. You do not have to do anything. Oh no, it's not. It's 13,000 clicks. It should adjust the pitch automatically to keep that trim speed. Hey, Yosin. That is, yeah, just the pitch because you are on climb power. Because you are using climb power, right? That's the idea. We'll see, De Flores. So theoretically, I mean, you know, you have set a trim according to your performance calculations. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, it should be somewhere near V2. Again, theoretically, right? We'll see what happens, okay? But that's the theory. And then I'll explain a little bit later then what else that the fly-by-wire system does in the 777. Good, 13,000. Thanks, Yoda. 13,000 set again. I'm going to get my weather radar on, even though there's no indications. I'm going to get my TCAS on already. Let's read a before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist complete. There is no lineup checklist here in the 777. Hey Tom, nice to see you. And Yanis just passed 3 exams today with the PPL theory. Well done. And next week you got your medical 1. I keep fingers crossed or thumbs pressed, as we say in Germany. All the best wishes, indeed. Cool. Guys, I'm going to go into concentration mode here. concentrate on flying the aircraft now. Everything's done. Good. Looks good. Taxi light off. Chrono. Departure frequency is set 131175. You see, that's why we check. 1019 still, temperature 13 degrees, all good.
Iberia 7 Mike, confirm Sierra India Echo 6 Lima departure, wind 360 degrees 12 knots, runway 36 left clear for takeoff after departure frequency 131.1.
Trim is 5.75 green band, yes. Okay, firm. Ali, I can send you that via email. I don't have that published anywhere.
Departure 1360 degrees 12 knots, runway 36 right clear takeoff after departure frequency 131.175.
Romeo Bravo Oscar for Romeo Departure, clear to take off 36 right and after when airborne 131.175 direct 7 off Delta.
Europa 58 Tango, 85 Tango Alpha, line up runway 36 left.
36 left departure as well. Interesting. Let me just add that here.
Speed bird 8901 on your in the frequency. Croatia 431, line up upwards, 36 right.
Line up, right, 441.
Right, cool. Just waiting after the lineup and tape clearance. Ali, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Europa 85 Tango Alpha, confirm Zamora 7 Lima departure, wind is 360 degrees 12 knots, 36 left clear takeoff after departure frequency 131.175, bye-bye.
Romeo Mike 7 Lima departure, clear to takeoff, 36 left after departure 131.175, right, 5 takeoff.
The heat blur, crazy.
Croatia 431, confirm Pinar 4 departure, 36 right clear takeoff and after departure frequency 131.175, bye-bye.
Yes, Yanis, I've tried it today with a friend of mine and it works very well. It was really good. Starminer says, interested to see if you get a sudden pitch-up moment from 10 to 12 to 15 degrees, okay? Yeah, we'll check that. So we're going to check a few things, like after we lift off and once the flabber wire trim speed appears.
Postman 51 kilo, line up on weight 36 right.
Line up weight 36 right, Postman 51 kilo. Alright, let's get the strobe light on. Landing light on. TCAS is already on. Just confirm we have 36 right. Yeah, 36 right is confirmed. Hey Simon, your home airport, nice. Yeah, windsock shows wind. Clear headwind.
Iberia 3 kilo, confirm Bardi 7 Lima departure, wind is
so Chris, they have both runways active at the moment.
Takeoff after departure frequency 131.175, bye-bye.
How to get a dome light bug not limited?
Airborne
I don't know. I haven't
departure,
tried it night time yet, Bobby.
takeoff,
We can have a look later.
Postman 51 Kilo, confirmed Romeo Bravo Scar for Romeo departure, wind 360 degrees 13 knots, 36 right clear takeoff and after departure frequency 131.175.
Postman 51 Kilo, I do confirm Romeo Bravo Oscar for Romeo departure, after departure 131.175 and 36 right cleared for takeoff. Cool. Ready? Let's go.
Alitalia 46 Romeo, behind the departing traffic, line up and wait behind.
Let's see how this goes.
Behind the departing traffic, line up and wait behind.
Thrust
Alitalia 46 Romeo.
Air Portugal 1017, line up and wait, 36 left.
11 right, 36 left, Air Portugal 1017.
Beep,
100 knots checked.
461, hello sir.
Good evening, Ocean 3 Mike Hotel, Yankee 1.
Ocean 3 Mike Hotel, hello sir.
Rotate. Bars rate. Gear up. So the fly-by-wire speed is at, now it's green, 180 knots. So now I let go of the yoke, it should maintain that speed. Which it does.
Alitalia 46 Romeo, is it possible for you to disconnect and reconnect? I'm having a problem with...
So it should keep that speed, because I haven't trimmed the aircraft yet.
Pick it up.
So it's okay, it's green now. Roger departure, what is that? Is Postman 51 Kilo, 3,600, climbing 13,000.
On 51 Kilo, hello Eden. I continue climb for level 160.
Can you climb level 160, Postman 51 Kilo? So again, I'm not touching anything. Okay, so now if I want to accelerate, I'm going to trim forward.
Departure, Iberia 60 Kilo, passing 6,000.
Now I'm letting go of the yoke again. I'm just going to adjust for the roll. So now it should lower the nose.
Can you climb for 160?
Is flaps 1. Just have to do the roll here for the tracking. Okay. Again, it should now keep that speed. So it should adjust the pitch to keep the speed. It should not accelerate much more than that now. Yeah, okay, so it's pitching up. Okay, so yeah, it's pitching up. It's all right. It's a bit slow. Right, I'm going to trim down now to 250 knots. And again, I've trimmed 250 knots. Here comes flaps up. I'm not touching the yoke. We're still manual flight. I'm not touching the yoke. So what it should do now is accelerate to 250 knots and then raise the nose to maintain that that speed.
Sorry, it's 124.03. Bye-bye.
So now it's turned green. Captured it. So it should raise the nose a bit more now and keep that speed. Yeah. So it does do that, but it's a bit delayed. So what I would like to see, it actually adjust the pitch a little bit more aggressive. I mean, not overly aggressive. I think the flight factor still does a better job in maintaining that trim speed. The only thing.
Madrid departure Alitalia 46 Romeo 5300 feet.
Alitalia 46 Romeo, hello, continue climb for level 160.
So the only thing I would like to see is on the flight factor is if they implemented that trim speed as well. Because again, I think that's a great feature. For anyone that doesn't have a force feedback yoke. Right. Yeah. I mean, it tries to keep that speed. And be aware, guys, right? Manual flight, meaning we should be flying 320 now, but we've trimmed it. 2403. Bye-bye, Postman 5 kilo. So now, if I do the following, I'm going to trim forward now, so I can see the fly-by-wire speed indication here. I'm going to trim that to the 320 knots. All right, and then I'm just going to leave it do its thing now. I'm not going to pull on the yoke. We're going to approach Buenos Aires from Postman 51 kilo 135, climbing 160. I've got to help it now. This is ascending.
Postman 51 kilo, identify the climb flight level 240.
Climb level 240, Postman 51 kilo. So just to keep the controller from getting a heart attack. So now again, it's going to raise the nose, the pitch, to maintain that trim speed. And it does. I'm not touching the yoke. I'm still in manual flight. So this is what I mean with a bit delayed action, right? I mean, it's acting, but just a tad delayed.
Everest 31832, contacte con Madrid 134955.
134.955, 1832, hello.
Also, the cool thing is, as you see here now, in manual flight, I don't have to pull back on the yoke, okay? So, even when you turn, the fly-by-wire system will adjust the elevators in a manner to keep that speed. Okay, so that's why it's where it gets its C-star U stability, right? So again, we're a bit slow. It should lower the nose now to catch that trim speed again. It does. So just adjust the roll a bit more. Let's adjust the heading back. There we go. Yeah. So all it's doing is that what I would like to see it do a bit better is that it should try to memorize more the pitch attitude for that speed and not oscillate that much around
Croatia
the fly-by-wire speed.
Madrid, frequency 133.205.
Yeah, so the cool thing again is you do not have to change the stabilizer trim. I'm going to put the autopilot on now. Autopilot. You don't have to trim the horizontal stabilizer for speed, for configuration changes, for bank angle, or for speed brake usage. So the only time in manual flight where
431, you're still on the wrong frequency.
Where you have to
on my frequency
trim the aircraft manually
you didn't
is
put the dot
if you change the airspeed.
So you didn't pass to the next frequency.
And that's the idea about the in-trim speed function.
Pacifica 32222.
Which is the you know, the C-star U concept. Yeah, so again, I would really like to see it actually anticipate more reaching the trim speed. So what it's doing, it's kind of over and undershooting all the time regarding that in trim speed.
Madrid approach Alitalia 46 Romeo,
what do you
flight
mean?
level 160.
True airspeed 442
46 Romeo identified climb flight level 240.
and ground speed 390. That looks
Flight level
correct to me.
240, Alitalia 46 Romeo.
Right, 24,000.
Postman 51 Kilo, contact Madrid, frequency 125.755.
125.755. Thank you. Bye bye, Postman 5 Kilo.
Pacifica 3222.
Break, November, Juliet Hotel after Ampur, cleared ILS, Zulu runway 29, report established on the localizer.
Yeah, the blip. So Alex, we'll get to it in a second.
Vueling 5 Delta Tango, Madrid.
Let me get my call in.
Vueling 5 Delta Tango.
Yeah, the 707 has the
Vueling 5
same,
Delta Tango,
the same
Bilbao,
C-Star U
viento
concept.
300
Yeah.
grados, 10 nudos, pista 30 autorizado a hacer.
30 autorizado a despegar, Vueling 5 Delta Tango, gracias.
Privilege 2163, Asturias, viento 330 grados, 6 nudos, pista 30 autorizado a hacer.
Yeah, so Roy, the overlap there, the data it gets sometimes is a bit weird. Oh yeah, although the indicator is correct, I'll tell you that in a minute. And Buenos Aires from Postman 51 Kilo level 240.
Postman 51 Kilo Heavy Madrid, radar contact, climb flight level 340, proceed direct San Sebastian Viewer.
Director San Sebastian's VR, climb level 340, Postman 51 Kilo Heavy. Thank you. So San Sebastian is Sierra Sierra Mike.
We're back. Welcome back.
That's a nice direct. Gonna put a beam points for the fuel checks. Execute. So let's go. Yeah, so the blip. So look here. Let's go IFR.
November
high.
Juliet Hotel, Roger, number 2, continue approach.
Yeah, there it goes. Sierra Sierra November. Oh, nice. Okay, Roy, happy for you. Got your first airline job after this week after 7 years of struggle. Nice. And I hope, like I said, I hope the issue of the high kerosene prices gets resolved soon, so that we don't run into other issues with that on the market. So the blip trim function, right? What's that? Well, in order to get your in-trim speed quickly to the actual indicated airspeed, you would quickly use those trim switches like twice. It's like a double click. But if I remember correctly, it only works in a certain speed regime. But I'm not sure. We would have to try that in the approach later on to see if that works here, if that's simulated. Yeah, so so on the overlay, what you see is indicated airspeed and ground speed. Now, be aware there's always 3 speeds that are important. So this is the, well, this should be the calibrated airspeed, what you're seeing here. So it's the indicated airspeed corrected for position error of the pitot system, etc., a static system, right, for the aircraft. So usually you indicate it is not here, it's actually the calibrated airspeed, which is close to the indicated, but again, but let's say that's the indicated airspeed. So that's the sensed airspeed. Now, as the density of the air gets lower and lower as you climb higher and higher, your indicated airspeed, if it stays the same, it means your dynamic pressure that you have to generate to keep that indicated airspeed the same means your true airspeed, so the air speed through the speed through the air has to increase. Right? That's what you generally see. So you see, as we climb, indicated remains the same, true airspeed climbs. Okay. So the true airspeed is something that can't be measured. It's always calculated. Okay. And then of course you have your INS system that works out the wind data from your drift angle and your distance change that it recognizes, and so your ground speed is then derived by the INS. And that's why the overlay shows the indicated airspeed, so this speed here, which then you would say, well, how's that going to be that the ground speed is actually bigger than the indicated airspeed if you have a headwind component? Well, it's because this is not the true airspeed, right? It's shown here, true airspeed 486. So I don't know if it makes sense to show the true airspeed. Let's see if we can. Yeah, okay, so I can show that. Look, so now we can see the true airspeed on the overlay. If that makes more sense to you guys. Okay, so it's just one click, Capitan Aris says. It's just one click if the current speed is within 5 knots. We can look at the FCOM later.
KLM 355, Madrid, radar contact, climb flight level 340, proceed direct Sierra November viewer, San Sebastian.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that they're working on the flight factor 787, but I honestly, I haven't heard any estimates regarding the flight factor 787. Vector 787, they are very optimistic that they will release this year. So, hey, Captain Wolfchen, wie geht's? Oh, the trim speed settings there, yeah.
Privilege 2163 en contacto
radar, 340.
A nivel de vuelo 260.
Let's have a look. What's our optimum?
Nivel de vuelo 150, vuele directo al borde Bilbao.
Optimum is going to be
pues subimos 260 pasando nivel de vuelo 150, volvamos directos borde Bilbao, Privilege 216.
Speed enough path. That's why we're going to stay here for now. 347. Is it correct to say that indicators will not really speed but measure pressure difference? Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Oh, look at this. That's interesting. Somebody was commenting on this as well. The porpoising, right? Yeah, that's noticeable. Let's hope that doesn't go on all the time now.
Madrid, buenas tardes. Pullman 007, nivel de vuelo 229 para 240 y requerimos superior.
It's better now, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Oops. Yoda, oh yes, Yoda, you can help there, can't you? No, the it's what they call it, the blip trim. So it's a feature where in the real aircraft, yeah, blip trim. But that's a question though, Starminer, if that's called blip trim in the FCOM, which I sometimes doubt, but who knows. So next thing, let's try to see if we can log on. 125755. Let's see if we can log on here. Charlie Mike Romeo 1. So here we're going to go to COM menu. Then we're going to go to ATC. Log on.
Pullman 007 Madrid, radar contact, climb flight level 350.
Mike Romeo 1.
Good afternoon, Pullman 007, climbing flight level 350.
Send. Let's see if that works.
Madrid Control, Aeroflot 986, Buenos Tardes, with you flight level 410 inbound Iraqi.
Aeroflot 986 Madrid, radar contact.
Yeah, probably then. If they're first making the 350 with tollers, then yeah, it will take a bit of time then, for sure. Yeah. You find that on VATSIM. So the V Pilot. So you double click on the frequency, and it tells you Madrid Control, CPTLC, and then brackets Charlie Mike Romeo 1.
Aeroflot 986.
Let's see if we get that on VATSIM radar as well. VATSIM radar.
Direct November Echo Alpha Aeroflot 986.
Press 5 Juliet Hotel Madrid, contacto radar, suba nivel de vuelo 320.
Yeah, it tells you that on the VATSIM radar as well. You can find that. Bimmel Bommel, log on accepted.
Last station calling.
Gonna press cancel. Current ATC unit, Madrid Control. Cancel.
November Juliet Hotel.
ATC com established.
Bravo.
Cancel.
General Aviation Apron, goodbye, sir.
Good. I think we're logged on with Madrid now. Oh, this is... I'm honestly really going to try to think if I can get a new yoke at some point. Maybe I'm going to get a Moser force feedback yoke.
Vuelo en 5 Delta Tango, para más alto, escuchen los 2,8, un vuelo.
Hacemos con Unicom 228, buen día, Vueling 5 Delta Tango.
Oh, in real life? In real life, it's a lot simpler. So you have like Maastricht, Echo Delta Yankee Yankee. You have Rhine Radar, Echo Delta.
Spielberg 891,
what was Rhine Radar, Echo Delta?
Level 400. Spielberg 891, Roger.
Someone here knows.
Maintain level 400.
Then you have, you know, all kinds of... You have a big map on your EFB where you find all those abbreviations. They're always the same. Yeah. I'd say wait until you see how the force feedback wind control yoke is. Yeah. Lots of options these days, right? Krishna says he read that the blip trim feature is an undocumented feature of the 777. Okay. Could be. Let me check my... Hang on. I'm just put you on the pause screen for a second. Let me try to find my FCOM from the 787. I still have one lying around somewhere. So, search. Blip. It doesn't find anything with blip.
Runner 33 Sierra X-ray control service terminated 122 decimal 8.
122 decimal 8, muchas gracias.
Speed trim.
Europa 29 Alpha Golf
that's the wrong
Madrid
one. That's
133 decimal 205.
My bad. That's the training manual.
Europa 85 Tango Alpha Madrid, radar contact clear, Lambda 4 Alpha, runway 03.
KLM
where are you? 787.
To flight for 380.
KLM 355, Roger, KLM maintain flight level 30.
KLM maintain 380, KLM 355.
Iberexpress 5 Juliet Hotel, vuelo directo Oveto, Oveto 2 Alfa, pista 29. Oveto 2 Alfa, pista 29, vuelo directo Oveto.
No, it doesn't. So if it's a blip trim, it doesn't find anything. So maybe it's not documented at all.
Speedbird 464 Madrid, radar contact.
Yes, Julian, the problem with my force feedback is there's something wrong with one of the switches. I think it's the hat switch has a loose connection. So sometimes it just flips to a different viewpoint without me doing anything, which is annoying. And sometimes it does that quite often. Especially annoying if you're in the final approach. So another comment from 777F3 says the same thing, right? Flying the 777 for 8 years now and never heard of blip or reading anything. Yeah, maybe try it, see if it works. And again, the thing is that you don't have an indication for it, okay? So normally we pilots, when we have manual flights, you will naturally trim the aircraft when the speed changes. Right, so you do it without thinking, right? Yeah, regal rated. I understand. Yeah. So that's why. I mean, it would be a nice feature, like if you 5 knots off of the target speed, and then you press, the trim button once, just quickly, and then it would put the stabilizer trim to your actual speed right now. So I don't know. And Yoda doesn't find. Okay, thanks Yoda. You see, that's what I mean. It just switches the viewpoints suddenly. I've got a contact cleaner. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. I mean, I can take the hat switch off. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. See what happens. So Ghost says, okay, Ghost, thanks for that. So PPRU or PPRU or PPRU, I don't know how to pronounce that. 777 has a blip trim system that will set the speed trim in the C-Star U-Law to your current speed if within 5 knots. So you just need to flick the trim switches every few seconds and you'll stay in trim. Okay? Thanks. The Brunner yoke, I think it's about 3 years now, Aviamar. Maybe though, I mean, maybe I could just simply buy a new top hat switch or something. Try that. Right, monitor advisory. And now we're going to press the accept button there, accepting 22.8. Now, I'm honestly, if Vector 787 simulate these CPDLC things correctly, you're going to love it. It's just so cool. Right, accepted, let's cancel that. And then you have your auxiliary display there on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, depending if you sit left or right. Cool stuff, really nice stuff. Yeah, the thing is that, Julian, I have to find out what, because I do need the right, logged off. I do need the hat switch, I think. I mean, I can also try to model that to this side. I mean, yeah, I could do that with the Bravo throttle quadrant. Let me see. Okay, let me try that. So I'm going to do the first thing now. I am going to get the overhead panel switch. So this one here, I think that should be the culprit. Let me take that out and instead map this one here. Bravo throttle. Let's see if that helps. Let's try to find the culprit. Does the 777 have a load frequency from... I'm not sure. I've never flown the 777 IRL. I've only flown the 787 IRL. And the 787 does have that load feature. It's just one of the Mickey... Like I say, it's just one of those features which makes things so fantastic on the 787. Another great feature is the following. So, if ATC gives you a new altitude clearance via CPDLC, you'll see that the windows on the 787 FCU are a lot bigger. They allow you 2 lines of numbers. So, and then you have a transfer button as well next to it, right? So if CPDLC clearance tells you to climb, let's say it will tell us to climb 360, it would preload 360 below the actual, and then just you press transfer, and it flips that to 360. Then you just press on the Alt button there, and it gets the climb modes. The same for the heading. So let's say ATC gives you a heading instruction via CPDLC. It'll uplink that, and all you do is press the transfer button. Or the speed. Let's say ATC gives you a speed restriction, Mach 0.8 something. It puts that in the standby part of that window, and you just press transfer. And the cool thing is, it helps eliminate those those errors regarding altitude, speed, and heading instructions. Okay, so that's not the culprit. Okay, let's try the next one then. Let's go with EFB. So let's get rid of that. And we're going to press this one here. Let's see if that helps. It is cool. And that's what I meant with, there are... Oh, and for example, another thing, so you saw correctly, so you have your radio management panel on the 787, and what it does, for example, if you get a squawk uplink via CPDLC, it will put that into the standby part of the transponder code, and you can just uplink that. Same with frequencies, right? So if you get HF frequency or VHF frequency via CPDLC, again, you can simply insert that. Same with route uplinks. You just simply load it, you check it, and then you just execute it. Yeah, like I said, that's why I'm excited for the 787, and hopefully, yeah, we get a lot of these features included. I mean, they're promising a lot, so yeah. Hey Nanak, your birthday was Monday. Yeah, the thing is that the combo, right? So here's the thing with the Moser yoke, and I'm not sure how wind control will do that, but for the Moser, you have the base, so the force feedback base, and then you can mount different yokes to it, right? I would assume wind control does the same at some point, but so TS5556, yeah, I appreciate your feedback, but I'm not sure where you got the idea that I claim the real aircraft have that. Quite the opposite. I did say the real aircraft doesn't have that, and I did clearly state that the reason why it's in here is that it's for people that don't have a force feedback yoke, because the problem is if you don't have a force feedback yoke in these conventional aircraft, or conventionally simulated aircraft, you do not know what you've set your trim to. So that fly-by-wire marker helps you visually identify where you have trimmed the aircraft speed to. And I clearly stated that. Fogbound Turtle A, can you mention the add-ons? Oh, sorry. Okay, let me scroll up a bit. Sorry for that, missing that. Where was that? So Peter asked regarding X-Plane 12, do you have besides map enhancement, synthwave? No, Peter, just sceneries I've installed. Currently, I have no orthos installed in X-Plane 12. Yeah, and Richard, you wrote you're always fighting the PMDG 777. The question is, do you have force feedback You know, and if you don't, I can understand that you're fighting it. Yeah. Fogbound Turtle, can I ask you a favor? Can you post your question again, please? Or the quote you mentioned add-ons you made from my... Oh, you made them. Okay. Oh, yeah, now I'm reading it. Can I? Yes, sure. Go ahead. Mention it. Sure. Fogbound Turtle. Yeah. Yeah, so go ahead again with what add-ons they are and where you get them. Okay, so TS. So what I tried to yeah, so I did trim down, but I wanted to demonstrate because people were saying that they had issues where the pitch just changed drastically after takeoff. So what I tried to do is have a look how good the PMDG fly-by-wire system tries to maintain the speed. So sure, IRL, or if you do a proper acceleration procedure, then at the acceleration height, you would trim those down. Absolutely. I agree with you there. It was just that I was trying to demonstrate to see, or I was trying to have a look how good it would try to maintain that speed, because we did say oscillations here in the PMDG around the trimmed speed. So really what I would look for is a more aggressive or a faster adjustment in the pitch to maintain that trimmed speed, right? The rotation, I had to pull back a bit more than expected, and then the transition, I had a feeling that it was nose heavy. So it took quite some time for the fly-by-wire system here in the PMDG to actually notice where the trim is set to, and then actually to raise the nose a bit to keep that trim setting. Yeah. So it's a bit delayed in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, so sure. So if you have a force feedback yoke, of course, then the procedure would be to adjust the pitch, and then as the aircraft accelerates, trim nose down, right? And there was like, wasn't it like 1 second trim equals 3 knots of airspeed trim or something? Or was it 10 speeds every 3 seconds? No, I think it was 3 seconds. Pitch trim activation is like 10 knots of the trim speed change. So yeah, sure. I mean, then if you have force feedback yoke, adjust the pitch accordingly, and then just trim away the force so that the pitch remains the same regarding the speed that you're aiming for. Absolutely, yeah. Okay, Nanak, yeah. So the Brunner yokes are expensive, I agree. And now that they're getting competition, I mean, the Brunner yoke is fantastic quality, right? No doubt about it. And but yeah, competition is there. I mean, especially price-wise. Yeah. Yeah, so Richard, you're not the only one that says that the pitch gets somewhat sensitive, and then the nose pitches up aggressively. I did not notice that on this takeoff now. I didn't notice any aggressive pitch up, but what I did notice is it took some time for that fly-by-wire system to kind of settle down to the trim speed. So let's see, Fogbound Turtle. Let's see. trying to look again. I can't find your initial post there, Fogbound Turtle, regarding the add-ons. Yeah. And TS, you also wrote, you asked if I can do some patterns, some visual circuits. Yeah, I could do that after the flight. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So apparently the 7 version 2 will have CPD uplinks. Well, that would be, well, I mean, if it's like the full uplinks would be great. I mean, no doubt. That would be cool. Peter asks, as you have the Brunner yoke and the Moser stick, which brand do you prefer? And did you notice something? It didn't go into that. So it seems like this view button, so the nose down, or the down button is what's causing the sporadic change in viewpoints there. Interesting. TS, you also said you feel that the 777 feels different after the update, but it's still very unnatural to fly. Okay. Yeah, I will try that after the landing. Yeah. Yeah. So, Peter, that's a hard question because I mean the Moser stick is also good. The AB9. Especially for DCS flying. So hard to differentiate between the two. Yeah. So the only advantage as a content creator maybe, or maybe if you are someone that wants a couple more buttons on the yoke or on the yoke base, then Moser has the better solution for that. Because the Brunner yokes only has 3 buttons on the left-hand side. It has the trim switch up and down. And then on the right-hand side, it has well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think an 8-way top hat switch. But that's about it. Okay, guys. One more thing. Let me go a bit, do a bit of theory, and I promise I won't again bother you too much with this. All right. So C-Star U. I find it interesting that the PMDG announcement simply just stated that, right? You know, regarding CU and then C-Star U, and I guess most people were kind of wondering. What on earth does that mean, right? So, C-Star is a dominant flight control law for fly-by-wire aircraft, and it is used for pitch control. So, we know that Boeing, in its 777, was the first time they actually used, at least for the civil aircraft, where they used you know, a fly-by-wire system. Thank you, TS. Appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. So the question was, as Airbus already had fly-by-wire aircraft out on the market, you know, short-range and long-range aircraft, the question was, how far do you want the protections to go? Because in the end, what is the goal of a fly-by-wire system? Well, there's several goals. I mean, one of the big goals is that you don't need mechanical linkages from the flight control, flight controls in the cockpit to all the flight controls at the aircraft, right? Which saves weight. It probably saves maintenance actions. So it saves costs for maintenance. And now that Airbus, you know, proved that or has proven that the fly-by-wire concept is very safe and reliable, you know, that it may be a good idea to then go and, even if you have a yoke-based aircraft, that you go and use a fly-by-wire system. So the inputs that the pilots make through the rudder pedals and the yoke regarding pitch, roll, and yaw are then being put through computers, sent to control actuators, which usually work with hydraulic power, to then move the respective flight control surfaces. The cool thing is that by doing that, you are then allowing certain either fly-by-wire protection systems to come into play, or have the aircraft stabilized in a certain manner. So what Boeing has done is that with their concept, they are providing some flight envelope protections, but not in the full scope as Airbus does. All right, so Boeing has opted for that C-star U concept. All right, so where C-star stands for a either pitch rate change control law or a load factor control law, and that depends on the airspeed. Right, so at lower airspeeds, it's a pitch rate change law, while at higher airspeeds, it's a load factor control law. So G load factor, okay. And at some point, it changes from airspeed to load factor priority, right? And that's called the crossover speed. Right. Now, the thing is this: with the C-star flight control law, there is no speed stability, right? And that means that, for example, a thrust reduction would potentially lead to a stall. And this is the thing, because the aircraft with a C-star based fly-by-wire system would maintain its flight path, so a constant load or pitch demand, while the speed decreases, and hence the angle of attack would increase up to the point where the aircraft stalls, right? So a solution had to be found to make sure that there's some sort of flight envelope protection at the aircraft that just has a C-star U protection, with its risk of running into a stall, gets eliminated. And that's where the U comes into play, where that is a value that describes the difference between the current airspeed, so in this case calibrated airspeed, and the trimmed speed. So the aircraft, so the speed at which the aircraft was stabilized at the current trim setting. So what we see, right, with the fly-by-wire trim setting here. Okay, so in manual flight, this is the fly-by-wire trim speed, right? So if I reduce the thrust levers to idle, because we have the C-star flight envelope system, or the flight control law system, it would not lower the nose, right? So the speed would drop, and it would just keep its flight path. Eventually the aircraft will stall. However, because we have that U factor now, if I pull back on the thrust levers, if I switch off the auto thrust and pull back the thrust levers, you see now the speed drops. And because the speed drops, the aircraft starts to descend, trying to get into that fly-by-wire trim speed. Okay? So hence, the aircraft cannot stall. Okay? Let's get back auto thrust speed. Let's get back to autopilot. It's going to be hard to catch the speed again. Here comes the thrust. Yeah, it's interesting. Look how it's pitching up and down. That's also not correct. I mean, it finally does settle, but that's a bit weird as well. Yeah, so I guess they've broken something by adjusting the fly-by-wire system. No, the flight path. So if you are in a certain level path, it'll try to keep that path. So like a 1G flight path, right? So at this altitude, at this speed, it's a G-loaded factor, so it's trying to keep the 1G flight path, just like Airbus, right? It's a feature. And so yeah, that's the problem with it, right? If you only have a C-star flight control law system, all right, it will keep the flight path. It will have to increase the angle of attack more and more and more as the speed decays. But at some point, you reach your critical angle of attack, and thereafter the aircraft stalls. So the U factor then means that you have a trimmed speed, an in-trim speed, and once you get above that in manual flight, the aircraft will increase the pitch to come back to that speed. Or if the aircraft speed decreases, it'll pitch down, as we just saw, to try to catch that speed again, to stay in the in-trim speed. I don't know, Captain Chaos. I don't know how that got through. Okay, so here's the deal now. But you could argue, well, hang on. If I switch off auto thrust and autopilot, and I put the thrust levers to idle, I am going to continuously trim back in accordance with the indicated airspeed. Which means you stay in trim speed, hence the pitch will not decrease, right? However, you can only trim the aircraft until you get to the amber speed band. So once you get into the amber speed band, the trim is deactivated. What happens then? Well, then you have to physically pull back on the yoke to have the speed decay more and more. And then eventually you get a stick shaker. And if you don't respect the stick shaker, you keep pulling, you can stall the aircraft. Which you cannot do in the A320 normal law. Right? The A320 normal law means even though you're trying very hard to pull back with all your might, stick is in full aft deflection, once the aircraft reaches its max angle of attack, it will then lower the pitch. It will not allow you to go past the maximum angle of attack. Hence, you cannot stall the Airbus. You can stall A777. You can stall still A787. Right? So that's what's behind that C-star U abbreviation, right? One big advantage of the C-star U fly-by-wire system is the fact that even changes in flap settings, speed brake usage, thrust changes will not result in a pitch change. And hence there's no retrim needed by the pilot. Only when the airspeed changes, a corrective input has to be made by the pilots. Which also means in the 777 or 787, if you do a 25 or 30 degree bank turn, you do not have to trim the stabilizer, which in a pure conventional aircraft you would have to do. Here you don't. It would happen automatically as long as you stay on speed. So you would have to add a bit more thrust because of that load factor that you are putting onto the aircraft. You're going to have to add thrust. It adds drag, so you have to add thrust. But as long as you maintain your speed, you don't need to pull back on the yoke, or you don't have to trim back on the yoke either, which is great. Well, turbulence is a very short-term effect regarding, load factor, right? No, so really, load factor is change in pitch. primarily that's causing a load factor. Right. I mean, you could argue changing flaps, so changing the curvature of the wing, also changes a load factor initially. You could say that, but that's, I mean, it is, which then is covered by the C*U fly-by-wire system. It will notice that and correct it automatically for you. Right. Now, what I can tell you from experience is that on the 787, the fly-by-wire system is really, 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 really good. I have made landings in hefty, gusty crosswind conditions. Toronto, for example, is well known for the windy conditions there. And I don't want to brag, but on my final check ride, we had those 30 knots crosswind, and I greased it exactly on the 1,000-foot marker. So not a long flare, but I managed to decrab straight center line, at center line, greased it, where the check captain was like, you know, he grinned and said, show off, right? But I said, well, I mean, I've never had an aircraft that flies so stable and is so easy to handle. Well, I didn't film my final check ride Voyager, right? So yeah, it's definitely an aircraft that is very easy to learn. Yeah, exactly. Pictures or videos, or it never happened. But I think 787 pilots will tell you the same. It's definitely a fantastic aircraft to fly. Very easy to learn to fly. Very stable. The only thing I've noticed that can catch you out is if you do pattern training in the simulators, especially, is as you look around trying to look for cues. Let's say you're turning from downward to base, where you're slowing down, you're configuring the aircraft, gear down, flaps 15, flaps 20, etc. The aircraft starts to slow down, and you look back at the wing and at the airport trying to figure out where you are in space, and then the aircraft speed drops, and hence the pitch drops because you're not used to having to pull on the yoke. And then the aircraft is fast. 787 flies very fast, and so just 1 degree pitch change would go anywhere between 500 to 1,000 feet per minute change in vertical speed. So you have to be really careful with that, because you're so used not having to push or pull on the yoke. Right? You kind of get lazy flying the 787. Elias asked, in retrospect, say career was close to perfect. I would say I was very fortunate. If someone says you've been extremely lucky to have the career that you've had, I would say I fully agree. Yeah, I totally agree. It's been, absolutely been a very, very, lucky career. Having flown aircraft types that I've wanted to fly, 737 Classics. Well, I didn't want to fly the Airbus, but I did. And I have to say, Airbus is also a nice aircraft, right? Nice workplace. But I mean, 747. Who can say that they flew the 747, right? And then the 787. Brilliant. Well, Mike Delta, I've never flown the 777 IRL, so I can only comment on the 787. And Fogbright Turtle has the Moser AV9 in a box. And you're waiting for your group. Nice. And Fabian, hello to you. Yeah, so the Airbus has a even more comprehensive fly-by-wire system. Yeah. I don't even know what's the next abbreviation. C*U. What was the next one then for Airbus? For the the max angle of attack protection there. Alias. So Alias is Mark's second identity. Oh yeah, Alias. Weirdly enough, as I've told you guys sometimes, several times on my streams, past streams, I don't have a German Abitur. I have an English A levels. So back then I was in the UK when I did my A levels, and I did opt also for a BA application there as a pilot. And I have to look. I think I still have somewhere flying around or lying around it's a brochure, really kind of nice brochure, colored brochure for the BA training program, where I remember that very well. They had a training center in a castle. I'm sure they don't have it anymore now, but back then they were showing it off and saying our cadets live, in a castle with ample kind of recreational facilities. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a picture of someone playing cricket or something, right, or snooker. I don't know. I'll try to look for it, Mark. I'll see if I'll find it again. I'm sure I've got it somewhere in nice houses. So yeah, and of course, you would get paid right from the start, I think. So definitely a very, very interesting brochure. But yeah, I finished my A levels in June, and it looked like Harry Potter castle indeed. Yeah. And then they only did once a year. They did a screening, so I would have had to wait until next year in May. So in the meantime, my parents moved back to Germany, and I followed them back to Germany. And the moment I set my foot back on German soil, and I was over the age of 18, the national or the military found out that I'm back, and they said, "Oh, you're the candidate now to get into your mandatory, military service for 15 months," which was then extended to 18 months at the time. So I did my national service in the German Air Force, and while doing that, I applied to become an Air Force pilot, because my father back then was still an Air Force pilot, and I quite liked the idea of becoming, the Top Gun style, right? Being cool and so on. And I passed all those, and then my father said, well, German Air Force isn't what it used to be, and things are going downhill, so you may as well try to get into the training program for Lufthansa. So I applied to Lufthansa, and I was luckily taken there as well. So, and back then, yeah, it was very lucky to get in, and picture perfect career, which I'm greatly thankful for. I don't agree with all of the things that happened, over the years, especially things that came from management, but that's management. But I can't complain in any form, about the career that I've had. I've been very lucky. Yeah, Elias, right? Yeah, that's true. Every airline is literally going the same path at some point, right? Making low-cost carriers for short range and medium range and so on. Oh well, Elias, I've been at Lufthansa for 30 years. I've followed longer changes in my career, so I do know it's not the same anymore as it was. So yeah, good. Let's have a look. Can we do a fuel check? So we've been in the air for an hour. So we've got Vanat at 18:35. So that's in 8 minutes. 1 hour 12, 1 hour 13. So time-wise, it looks very good. Fuel-wise at Vanat, we should have 14.9 plus the extra fuel, which is about 2 tons. That makes it nice and easy to work out. So 16.9 tons is what we're supposed to have at that. And it's predicting 17.9. So it's a ton more. Really? Yeah. Fuel flow is currently, let's check the fuel flow. Let's see what that says. It says 7.2. And the average fuel flow 7.4. So it's not far off. Yeah, it's also northerly runway, so I don't know where the 1 ton extra. I mean, maybe we didn't quite burn as much taxi fuel, but that's a lot more than expected. Traden, hello to you. Where do you know? Bruno boycotts my streams when I'm flying PMDG. Elias, 3, 4, 5 years time, maybe. We get the 777X. I'm sure some add-on maker will make that. But at the moment, no. That's beautiful. Camino, hello to you. How are you? Yeah, so I mean, we found I didn't have bigger issues today. Yesterday I had some issues after liftoff. It felt a bit weird, and today, what I can say, initially, like the first 1,000 feet after liftoff, it had a very nose down moment, really, even though the trim speed was correctly set at the current speed. So it shouldn't have had a tendency to lower the nose that drastically. People are reporting some really strange pitch up moments, which I didn't have today. I couldn't confirm that. Well, we have some weird oscillations. So if you go manual flight, right? So let me just put the nose down a bit, and let's get the autopilot back on again. You see the way it pitches up and down. It does that porpoising after we engage the autopilot. I mean, it stops. It does stop after a while, but initially that's a bit weird. So now back out. Now it stops. Yeah, I mean, what we can try now. Let me just do the following, guys. So I'm going to switch off the flight directors here as well, and I'm going to put on the flight path vector. Okay. We are going to leave the auto thrust in so that we maintain the speed here, and so it shouldn't really climb or descend. I mean, it's a bit delayed, so it should reduce the thrust in a second. So that's a problem, isn't it? Look, so I mean, the fly-by-wire system is doing the correct thing. It's more the auto thrust system isn't doing its thing. So I mean, yeah, we weren't far off the commanded speed, but I mean, it should have. What's it doing now? Hang on, let's go back to map number here. All right, then I'll tell you what. Let's switch off the auto thrust as well. Let's try to get a power setting for the correct speed here. So what I want to do is I want to get the aircraft nice and stable on speed, on altitude, and then I want to do a let's say 20-degree bank to the right, okay? So let's try to get stable here now at this altitude here. I'll give you the yoke cam so you see what I'm doing with the yoke. So, we've learned C*U is trying a load factor command here, meaning as long as we stay in trim speed, it should keep the load factor, hence the flight path. So I'm just trying to adjust the flight path again a little bit. So if we do the following, if we do a turn and maintain the speed, then we should not have to pull back on the yoke. Okay, so let me do that now. I'm going to turn, add a bit of thrust, so that we stay at the speed. Not touching the yoke, just trying to keep the speed. 20 degrees bank. Okay, it's doing okay. Let's do the other side. Let's roll to the other side here. 20 degrees. Speed is dropping a bit, so let me add a bit of thrust, keep the speed. So now it's running into the problem where as you have a bit more speed deviation, it just takes a bit too long to capture that. You see? And that's why it starts to oscillate a bit. So, I mean, now I really have to pull back. Even though I'm on speed, it's a bit weird. I have to pull back on the yoke again quite drastically to keep the aircraft from descending. So, how good is it? I have a feeling it's just a bit delayed. It is just a bit delayed. Let me get back into the level here. I'm trying to get everything set up for the correct speed here. So now, flight path vector on the horizon, on speed. Okay, so we're on speed. There's a wind gust there. Okay, so, again, I'm going to try a turn. Just turn. Hang on, let me get the flight path vector on the horizon again. Oh, traffic, 1,000 feet below. Where is that? Ah, there he is. Ooh, he's fast. Nice. Cool. Okay, let's try again. So everything's nice and stable. And I am going to... Let's do that. I'm going to turn to the right. 20 degree bank. Add a bit of thrust. To keep the altitude. Alright. Trying to maintain the speed. It should maintain altitude. Correct? And you judge how good or bad it is. Let's go the other way. Hang on. Trying to get the flight path vector. So it feels like a little bit as you go in and out of the turn, there is a change in the flight path vector. Just, you know, there's a slight change in flight path, but I try to just do the roll input. I try to avoid pitch input, but it is pitching up a bit. I don't know. It could be because I'm not rolling 100%. Also, just inputting a little bit of a... Right, so let's go LNAV, VNAV. So, with speed, LNAV, VNAV, autopilot 340. Drastic intercept there. Yeah. Yeah, so I think, yeah, you're right. It's porpoising again. I think the best thing to do is do some patterns after the landing in Leipzig. Yeah, we'll go offline and we'll do some patterns and see how it behaves then, yeah. Avimar, the U part is just the part where it will lower the pitch or increase the pitch if the speed drops or increases. Right. So the C star part is the load factor demand part where... So imagine as you go into the bank, right, your lift vector is from horizontal or vertically. It just tilts, right? So in order to maintain your altitude, the lift vector has to increase. Right, so sorry, the perpendicular lift vector then has to increase to maintain the same force that keeps you at the same level, at the same altitude. Hence, the load on the wings increases. Now, that load, normally, if you're in a conventional aircraft, like a 737, as you do that, if you don't pull back, the nose will drop because you're not inputting enough load on that new vector line to maintain your altitude. So at 30-degree bank, I think you need like 1.3 Gs. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure at 60-degree bank, you need 2G load factor to maintain your altitude. So it goes up exponentially. As you increase in bank angle, your load factor demand to stay at level altitude increases exponentially. Yeah, so again, the C star part of that formula means it will maintain altitude for you. It will increase the load factor, elevator, stabilizer, whatever, to keep your altitude. Hannes, honestly, there's no need to do online patterns. Why is there need for online patterns, Hannes? It just brings workload to the controllers. Oh, that sunset. Lovely. Now, where are we? We are. Let's have a quick look. Where are we? We are somewhere over France, I would say. Yeah, we're turning towards Paris now. Beautiful. Yeah. And we'll see if... oh no, we've got clouds coming up. Why? We're supposed to have a lovely view of Paris. Flown over Paris IRL many times, and if you've got clear skies, it's beautiful to look at. Yeah, TS, I mean, I would agree. If you enter a turn, so you start banking the aircraft initially, there shouldn't be a speed decay. The speed decay would come once you onset load onto the wings, meaning you increase the angle of attack, hence you increase the drag, and then you have to be aggressive with the thrust to avoid the speed decay. But yeah, initially, as long as you don't really add a lot more load on the wings, there should be a drastic speed decay now. Hey, Stormyflyer. Oh, you came back from a 777 sim session. Excellent. So, so how happy are you with the C Star U of the Flabberwire system? Yeah, I can imagine. So I think doing visual patterns here in the PMDG 777, I have one issue, I think, if I remember correctly. What I used to have is that it takes a lot of force on the yoke if you start getting outside of the trim setting, so the speed trim setting. And it's always a fight because I always felt that it has a delay regarding aerodynamically what the aircraft is doing and what you have set the trim to. And so, yeah, it didn't feel natural. It didn't feel like what we have in the real aircraft. I agree with that. So I can understand that, especially if you don't have a force feedback yoke, that as you are in the pattern doing turns, trying to figure out how much you have to pull or push on the yoke And then especially as the speed maybe decreases quickly as you get gear out and the flaps out. So I think one thing you can do to make the patterns more stable, and I'll try that later on, is to not go idle power 60% power in that range. Go more like stay at 40% power. It will take a bit longer for you to get your speeds that you're aiming for, but reducing the amount of thrust changes and avoiding aggressive speed changes, that will then stabilize your patterns a bit. That's what I would expect. But again, I'll probably be corrected later on when I'm doing patterns. Big thank you again to Mark Sommerlindley, my moderator here, who spent some time this afternoon with me doing a shared flight with the new FS Copilot app. And I think, Mark, we can say that it has been incredibly good. We did only run into some minor issues. For example, with the fact that we had sync baro settings, which you have to definitely unsync before we start flying shared flight. The same goes with there was another sync setting, flight directors. So make sure you have that unsynced. And then another thing that we found is that so it doesn't take the data refs regarding the values you enter or you dial into the autopilot panel, for example. What it does, it seems to count the number of clicks or rotations on the dials and sync that up with the other party. So be careful when you change, altitude, heading, speed, baro settings. Don't do it too fast, because then things may get desynced with the other party. But it has been incredibly smooth. Ping-wise, it's been very good, and we didn't really find any major issues, which is quite interesting, because we did fly the FENIX A320. So yeah, you mean like reading input events, like oh, there's Paris below us. It's a bit cloudy, unfortunately. Shame. Yeah. Have you noticed the addition of the EFIS horizontal separation line? Huh? Have you noticed the addition of the EFIS horizontal separation? Which line are we talking about exactly? Get into some sectors soon. Nice. We've got Luxembourg. Oh, sorry, Brussels. Oh no, it's Maastricht actually. Maastricht, 2598. Yeah, Maastricht. Echo Bravo Bravo uniform. So I'll pre-dial that 2598. 2598. Yeah, Fogbound Turtle, yeah, it probably is that way, yeah. Input events, yeah. Right above the airport weather terrain buttons. Oh, this one here. Honestly, if you hadn't told me, I would have not have noticed. I did not notice that, no. But that's the thing, I'm visually not so sophisticated, if you like. My visual perception, I guess it's somewhat basic. I admire people that notice subtle differences right away. Yeah, so another thing we did is that we tried some failures. Now, I'm an idiot because I tried to input the FENIX failures through the EFB, which normally works, but of course if you do shared flight, it doesn't work because it's not a input via a button, right? But if you do the failures through the MCDU, it does sync up, and then both parties get the checklists, etc. So, tremendously cool thing we can do now with that new app, and boy, it's going to be able to. We're going to be able to do a lot more interesting shared flight streams with that. The MCP screws are also in the wrong place. I tell you what, I mean, Colo, I mean, I know quite a lot of people quite rightly say that, you know, there are certain things they should have changed by now and corrected and not just port over from P3D, right? But again, I'm not here to advertise for PMDG. I'm in no way affiliated with PMDG, okay? So I'm not an ambassador for PMDG in any ways. I will praise good things that I like, and I will definitely comment negative on things I don't like. So yeah, so Till, that's the big thing. So Captain A320 definitely is interested in that because it's going to be we're going to be able to demo nicely how in a real world environment we address these more complicated failures, like, you know, hydraulic failures or big electrical failures, and it's cool then to see how you distribute workload, you know, how you do CRM, so crew resource management, how you communicate, yeah, how you know, maybe work is distributed on in the flight deck, yeah, and even, I mean, it will demonstrate how busy it can get in the flight deck and how easily mistakes can be made in these situations. Are there some empty spots for buttons on the EFIS? Are those options for airliners? Yeah, probably. Yeah, you mean those, right? Yeah, potentially, yeah. Or, you know, if there's some more systems coming into the aircraft at some time, yeah, you at least have some space for more buttons, right? Everything from Michael. Captain Business, hello to you. Especially the seat looking more like a void rather than display compared to other aircraft. You mean like you don't see any reflections? I'm not sure. Is there a setting somewhere? Setup, aircraft, displays.
Chartable traffic, EV83, beautiful signal, South Bravo 2, pushing back and will be space west on Golf.
Isn't that the... What's it called on YouTube? EasyJet Pilot or something. Makes lots of videos. Yeah, and I think people will argue that comes as well from P3D. That's him. Okay, fantastic. So so you know, they're not utilizing the possibilities you have in Microsoft 2024 yet. I agree with that. Space for the heated joke and the heated seats. You're my man, Captain Chaos. Perfect. Although, I mean, look, you do have foot warmers. So if you switch that here, right, you got metal plates down here, and these actually heat up. So you do have a floor heating system for your feet at least. And then you've got some shoulder heat, especially for us old captains. You've got some vents there, some heaters in there. Not gonna lie to you guys, on the 747-400, one of the worst things really was that if you flew along at very cold temperatures for a long, long time, the skin of the aircraft just cooled down so much, and it radiated sort of cold, radiated into the flight deck, and the heating just wasn't enough to keep that cold outside. And the first time I realized was when I saw Captain actually, he put on like, not a complete jumper, he just had half a jumper, if you like, so for the left side, which looked tremendously funny. But yeah, I just opted for a blanket. I just sat there and just put a blanket around my right shoulder when I was a first officer. Because yeah, it would get extremely, extremely cold. So it not only noisy, but also very cold. Yeah, where's my airport indications here? Is that broken? Huh? Oh, hang on, map mode. Now it's working. Okay. Yeah, correct mode. There we go. Now I've got some airports around me. Now somebody was asking regarding the lighting in the flight deck, right? Hold on. Let me just change something quickly. Overhead lower. So, right. We found the culprit regarding the broken connection. Good. So lighting. Oh, we should have switched those lights off for sure. Test. So dome light and storm light is off. Interesting. So that's pretty light, I would say. So that's the aisle stand. So we can dial that down a bit. Floodlight here a bit. Okay. And then we have the panel lights here as well. So we can go inboard display, outboard displays, floodlighting. So we can dim down the floodlighting a bit. Panel lighting, yeah. So we'll see how it changes as it gets darker. Just back here as well. Oops. Okay. Test. So what? Hang on. Doesn't the commander work? That's weird. Hold on. Commands. Oi! It's not in there. Hang on, let me add sound files. Test. Let's see if I have that sound file here somewhere. Yeah, we've got to have that. Can't do without that. Sound files. I have it here. Name tis. Submit commands plus. All right, Yoda, try again, please. Let's see if that works. Tis. It does work. Yeah, so Voyager, yeah, we're back on Sunday. Easter Sunday. Oh, lovely. What else? Oh, the moon, look at that. Let's get the binoculars out here. Oh yeah, the rocket ship going to the moon. Has anybody followed the Artemis 2 mission Are they? So, have they fixed their toilet? I mean, you always go about, you know, toilets being important in flight simming. Have they fixed it? I haven't found anything today. Toilet is fixed. Fantastic. So, are they... When are they on their way to the moon? It's in the NASA block. Nice. Okay, so are they on their way yet to the moon? Yep. Okay, nice. Crazy. Nice. Yeah, cool thing. Good, Luxembourg. Let's see. We're coming close to Rhine. Ah, okay. So we have Maastricht, but it's only short sector. The next one has closed, and then we get to Langen, but I'm not sure if they are responsible. Well, it could be Langen. We'll see. We'll see if we get pinged by Maastricht. We'll see. They will call us. The space sim. Oh, my cushion is a little bit off today. The space sim. No, I've not tried that. What is it about? Drehstuhlpilot. Moin, wie geht's? Okay, thanks, Fabian. Much appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much. Cool. What's the remaining flight time? Overlay says we have 300 miles. Is that correct? 308 miles. 1938. 1938, and it is 40 minutes. Really? Oh no, even less. Half an hour. No, disregard. 52. There we go. So 50 minutes. So we do have a bit more time. Right, let's see. Can we get com menu, please? We'll go with flight information. ATIS request. Then we go Echo Delta Delta Papa. Leipzig-Halle. VATSIM. Send. There it is. Information Quebec. 1820 UTC. Independent for dependent parallels. 26 left, 26 right. Aircraft for parking, position apron 103, expect departure, arrival 26 right. So we have to find out where we are parked. Now, I hope that we are parked accordingly. So let's do arrival, airport. So pin that. And then parking stands. Yeah, so that's 4 and 5. Yeah, so that's cool. You see, 4 and 5 means that we can expect 26 left. Yippee. Perfect. Cool. So we do plan to do an RMP 26 left. Star is pinned. Let's have a look at pinned arrival. So this arrival routing via Kojak. Then we do the RP 26 left, and I'm trying to do this in the IAN integrated approach navigation. I hope it works. So we can use the approach button. IAN mode for the RNAV approach. And then we will land. And let me pin that. And then we'll vacate probably Sierra 3, taxi back Victor to the stand. Let's do the calculations for landing. So we're currently weighing, we've got 14.5 tons, so we're going to burn another 4, not quite, but almost 4 tons of fuel. So that means we're going to be weighing, let's say, 243 tons, rounded up, 243 tons. So let's do that, performance tool, landing en route. Let's do Leipzig, 26 left. 243 we said. Triple has no IAN? Darn. Really? Only Vina. That's disappointing. But maybe someone knows the real 777 these days does have IAN, right? Drehstufe could be better. You had the first aid refresher today. Yeah, cool, excellent. Yeah, it always helps. First aid is always a good thing to do. IRL too. Then I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled regarding. So let's do auto brake 2. Let's see if that works. Flaps 25, auto brake 2, anti-ice off. 2,600. Let's have a look here. So that's Sierra 3. That would work though, wouldn't it? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so we'll take the flaps 25 config and auto brake 2. Yep, I like that combo. VF153. Perfect. Alright. Good. So arrival. One thing we can still do though is just quickly check the arrival chart, make sure everything's correctly coded. So we'll take the star. It's weird. Guys, do you have guys the same issue that you can't get it to daytime and stay at daytime? Oh, disregard. No, it always switch back to night lighting. It's weird. Hey Bruno. It does not. Captain Besbis says also does not have IAN. Yeah. Okay, then they don't upgrade it. You don't have to do VRF +5. So really the thing is this, guys. So when you do your landing performance, okay, the idea behind that is the following: that normally, from a performance calculation standpoint, you fly with VREF +5 until you reach 50 feet. And then from 50 feet down to touchdown, you bleed off the speed so that you touch down with VREF. That's the idea. Master, good evening from Postman, 51 Kilo, flight level 340.
Get a wing speed tango, go ahead to the feedback.
Oh, sorry. Night charts are...
can you say frequency again? Your wing 3 tango?
Get a wing 3 tango, contact Paris 128 small 275.
128275 for your wing 3 tango. Thanks and have a nice evening. Bye.
Postman 51 Kilo, climb level 350.
Climb level 350, Postman 5 Kilo.
On Postman 5 Kilo, contact Langen 127, correction 122.785, bye.
And we'll contact 122.785, Postman 5 1 Kilo. Thank you, good night.
Descends 40, Tango Foxtrot, request 5 minutes.
So 350, vertical speed. Langen, Schönenamt, Postman 5 1 Kilo, 342, climbing 350.
Postman 5 1 Kilo, Langen, identified. Proceed direct Fetzer.
Direct to Fetzer, Dankeschön. The 5 1 Kilo. Good. So
407 descent, flight level 110 to reach at Ramop, cleared in common Alpha radar.
Down a bit. So direct to Fetzer. Is there a night button somewhere? Hang on. Let's do the master here. Write this down a bit.
Condor Zulu Mike, direct raam op, cleared income 1 Alpha arrival, descent level 110 to reach at raam op.
Good. Where was I? Oh yeah, the waypoints, right?
Condor Zulu Mike, proceed direct raam op, descent level 110 to reach at raam op.
Let's do the waypoint. So Kojak.
Condor Zulu Mike, correct. It's the income 1 Alpha arrival.
Right, let's see. I only see at or above. That's for the holding, level 80, minimum holding 5,000. And there's just 5,000 above. 5,000, 5,000.
320 back, contact München 133, that's 230, Roger.
So I don't see any restrictions in that regard. But what I would like to do is expect a shortcut. So maybe I'll put in, I want to be Delta Papa 426 at 5,000. So 426, I'm going to put slash 5,000 there.
Hotel Papa Roger, proceed direct tarmac.
The transition level, so Canadian 1014, transition level 60. So let's go VNAV, forecast 60 is checked. That's correct.
Identified.
Yeah, so again,
direct
so you try to bleed off the 5 knots that you have additional on VREF, so to touch down with VREF speed, right? Now, if you say my landing technique is more that I don't really bleed off those 5 knots.
407, reduce speed 250 knots, then contact Langen 120.
So that I actually usually touch down with VREF plus 5, then you can add 5 knots, for example, okay?
120805.
And then calculate with that. You would then be on the safe side. Hey Jens, you can do that, but you don't have to. You just have to realize that any 5 knots
Langen,
you are above VREF on touchdown will add about 150 meters. Yeah. So I know that some people argue, so some instructors will argue, well, I mean, enough out. Let's do 350. I mean, there are buffers anyways in these calculations. Yeah, sure, I can. You're already at 9, so let's dial it down even more. Here's now 5. Okay. So, sure, if you look from a legal standpoint, then it's ATC who's very loud. If you do it from a legal standpoint, if you really calculate exactly to the point, you know, what you think you're going to be flying at what speed, where you're going to touch down, and so on, you're on the safe side, right? The question is, do you bother doing that every time, adding 5 knots? I mean, what you could do is maybe have a look. Or maybe you have some readout app where you would see how, you know, what's your touchdown speed. Oh yeah, guys, one more thing. Something triggered me the last time I was flying. We landed in Pastos. So Sierra Kilo Papa Sierra, right? And it's a short runway. There wasn't much buffer that we can use. It's a very challenging approach, as you saw. And we landed, and so my mental preparation was, I'm not going to flare for long. I don't want to completely smash it down, but it'll be like, it won't be a greaser, right? So it will be short flare, nice touchdown, go, right? Not a greaser, but not a hard landing either. So from the feel of it, so from the look and the feel of it, I was really pleased at the landing. And then people were like, oh, 500 feet per minute, ouch, my back, or that's, you know, that's 100 feet per minute before structural damage, etc., etc. And I was like, come on, guys, that it was not 500 feet per minute. We would know that. We would bounce probably, right? But it triggered me so hard that I did the landing again. Or actually, I watched the restream, the video on demand, and what I saw was after touchdown, as we were rolling down the runway, the vertical speed indication showed we were descending at 200 feet per minute. Right. So it's just the way it is. Those vertical speed or those landing rate indicators are just so basic and so stupid that they include the runway slope. Right. So
yeah.
If you are
you can do Sierra Alpha
rolling down a 200 foot per minute slope and you touch down at 100 feet per minute, you really grease it, it will indicate 300 feet per minute descent rate. And you would say, oh, that was not 300 feet per minute, right? So to me, right now, it doesn't make sense. So you will not see a landing rate indication anymore pop up on the screen after touchdown. I'll give you an example. I did a test in exactly the floors. I did a test in Stuttgart. It has a 1% uphill slope. So I touched down with minus 28 feet per minute. But it actually felt like it wasn't a greaser. But it was indicating minus 28 feet per minute, which would have been like touchdown without you noticing, right? So it doesn't make sense. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do though, I am going to start the FSI panel. And we'll have a look if that gives a little bit different readout. And I can show you then afterwards.
Climb 290, sky level 47.
So take 26 left.
Right, Papa Lima descent, flight level 260 to reset FETSA.
And then
260 to reset
FETSA. Sim controls. Hang on, why can't I use hold on.
Hello, distance 806 for descent, flight level 250.
806, identify cleared income on Alpha Red.
Why can't I
right click to income 1 Alpha arrival Lufthansa 806.
Why can't I select the landing rate?
Hello, LP 1126 heading altitude level 129, you're climbing 250 in Mountain.
Position? Setup. No.
LT 1226 Langen identified.
Or does it do it automatically? Story flying again. Hang on. Airport Delta Papa. Select airport. 26 left. There used to be a button somewhere to record the landing. Take snapshot.
Block. Sky Travel 4745 direct tarmac, climb level 300.
We'll see. Anyways,
direct tarmac, Tango Alpha Mike Echo Bravo.
To the 5 X-ray Tango Lang Radar identified, cleared KRX 5 Alpha.
No, snapshot is PMDG.
Nearing 31 Alpha Papa Radar, contact, proceed direct LMOX.
Scenarios. Options.
And 806 descent flight level 110 to
hang on, landing reports. Oh, that's saved landing reports.
We sent flight level 110.
We'll see, I'll leave that in, okay? Maybe we're going to get landing reports available later on. Yeah. I don't mean a landing landing replay. No, I don't mean that. I just mean so yeah, we're gonna just have to trust our instinct and our perception, looking at the way we flare, how we touch down. That's how we judge. Okay.
Sky Travel 4745, climb flight level 310.
Good. Anything else? Let's check the vectors and then jog.
Runway Papa Lima, correct München, 133, decimal 230, roger.
Let's do approach RMP.
Runway Papa Lima, descend at 2,500 feet per
So
minute.
jogger, and then the waypoint's to
Runway Papa Lima, descend at 2,500
the
feet per
final
minute.
approach point. Tarkor, it's a 3-degree profile down,
Runway Papa Lima, correct, connect München now,
and it
133,
has
decimal
a
230,
263 track. Yep, correct. And the distance is 8 miles.
LTO 1126, direct Tuzo, climb flight level 330.
8 miles, correct. So that's geometrically correct. All good. And we're going to fly this VNAV and LNAV. So descent items, flaps 25, auto brake.
This is 2.5 a second.
2. Minimums is LNAV, VNAV.
Das ist 2.5 ist der Upper
830.
Airspace, so ja, da Frankfurt-Hahn bis an die belgische Grenze, bis jetzt hier in deine Gegend, müsstest du Wattglases anmachen, dann würdest du es auch sehen, also in der normalen Ansicht ist der Upper Only nicht zu sehen.
830.
Ja, das ist da an der Seite irgendwo in den Maps versteckt. Das ist 2.5, sonst einfach mal irgendwo von dem Deutschen in die Controller-Info reingucken, der ist sonst auch mit links aktiviert ist. Und switcht halt weiter in der
And
Route zu
it's
Destination
altimeter setting 1014. Pre-dial that.
So the 5X-ray Tango descends
104
flight level
pre-selected.
110 to reject Kirax.
Good.
110 to reach Kirax for the Lufthansa 5X.
Anything else?
Contact 806, connect Langen 120805, John.
So somebody's commenting on the lighting. I don't see any bigger issues with the lighting. So flood lighting also looks okay to me. Hey Hilo, chill on. Yeah, that's the thing, right? So IRL, how did these modern vertical speed indicators work? So you can imagine. Oh, it's not back again. Oh. The change in static pressure as you descend or climb will give you then a readout on the vertical speed indication. Okay, so you can imagine that when you start your descent, let's say, it will take a few seconds until the system notices a pressure change as you descend. So there's a lag between you starting a descent or climb until it indicates correctly. Now, modern aircraft use the accelerometers in the INS system to initially move the vertical speed indication on your display and then sync up once you're on a stable descent with the actual descent rate. So it tries to eliminate the lag you would normally have on the vertical speed indication. It's not simulated in Microsoft flights, but at least I've not noticed it. So that's another problem you have if you have a landing rate indicator that purely takes the vertical speed value that is reading out of the sim. If you're one of those pilots that does a very late but aggressive brake before touchdown, you will literally, even if you grease it, you will always have tremendously high vertical speed indications as a readout. So you get tremendously frustrated, right? If, however, so if I wanna always do greasers here in the flight sim,
Austrian 314, proceed direct EDDP.
Right. Then the only way to do that is to brake early and really take your time and float for at least 5 seconds over the runway so that the vertical speed indication can catch up and actually show then your true vertical speed.
6 Bravo Romeo, Lagana identified, proceed direct to V-bomb, climb
So if you watch, those streamers that always seem to grease landings, it's literally because of that. It's literally flare until you die. Right? Now, that may be nice for your ego, but it has nothing to do with real-world landings. And it has nothing to do with you being a good pilot. So a good pilot, IRL, is able to adapt.
51 kilo, when ready, descent flight level 260 to reach at FETSA.
When ready, descent level 260 to be level at FETSA latest. Copied. Postman, 51 kilo. Yeah. So, a good pilot.
Correct. Our station colleagues again?
Yeah, so a good pilot would able to adapt depending on the condition of the runway. Is it wet? Is it contaminated? Is it dry? How much buffer do I have from the actual to the available land distance? Do I have strong crosswind? Right. So there's many factors that then determine what kind of landing technique a pilot will use. So if you're a pilot that always does the same thing, like do a tremendous flare, and that's the only thing you learn, you're going to get yourself into trouble at some point, because then because then when you actually need a quick touchdown, because you have a very gusty crosswind, then you will not be able to do so, because you've literally trained your brain with your muscle memory to always flare the air and float the aircraft, right? So again, real-world pilots, as much as they like to do soft touchdown for the passengers and their egos, they will very often opt for a more positive touchdown, or at least aim for not a long flare, to avoid being blown off to the side by crosswind, or actually touching down so soft on a wet runway that the wheels don't spill up correctly, and then actually slip and skid on the runway, causing damage, potentially damage to the tires even. So let me now go with let's start descent down, thrust little speed. Yeah, ground effect, right? So ground effect, another thing. How pronounced is the ground effect in Microsoft Flight Sim? What's your experience, guys? Do you think it's actually there? Well, Magenta Dagger, I mean, the Cessna's 172 stall beeper still gives you a buffer. It gives you a buffer before you actually stall the aircraft, so it's fine, because you want to make sure that you don't touch down with the nose gear. These nose gears don't like it when you touch down nose gear first, so it's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. 133-230, copy, Postman 5, 1 kilo, should I just... Yeah, so I honestly, I don't feel much ground effect either. It just seems like sometimes you have a floaty aircraft, and sometimes you have to, the ground effect sometimes just doesn't feel to be existing, and then you just slam it down. Which makes it hard to get consistency, right? München Abend, Postman 5-1 kilo 320 descending 260.
So 5-1 kilo München 9 identified, descent to flight level 200 at 2000 feet per minute or greater.
Descent flight level 200 at 2000 or greater, Postman 5 kilo. Speed, vertical speed 20,000. A Jambo.
FedEx 14 contact Bremen.
Jambo, thank you so much for the 60 months. Jambo, hope you're doing well. And I wish you already a happy Easter time. Let me get one more ATIS check here. let's send that off. All good, Jembo. How are you?
Contact Bremen, 136.
So, Romeo, 1850. That's old still. That's not the latest one.
CTR 0 to Alpha, contact Bremen, 136-050, bye-bye.
Currently, oh, it's Romeo. Okay, 60, 1014, yeah. 26 left.
Postman 51 Kilo, contact Bremen, München radar, 126065, bye-bye.
126065, bye-bye, Postman 51 Kilo.
Jet 9 Hotel, direct Delta, Victor, 583, descend to flight level 2.
230, Papa Lima.
So it's a bit weird, you're flying to Leipzig-Halle, but you're under control of Munich radar. So let me just get the speed brakes.
412 München identified, expedite descent, flight level 170.
Right, he said 2,000 more, so
arrival, expect
we've got a 260 already, FETSA, that's fine. So let's reduce the
Expedite down flight level 170,
speed brakes back.
expect Kojak 1 Victor, right 126, great, right main
München radar, Lufthansa 78 Delta, inbound Koenig, passing flight level 165, descending 100.
The 78 Delta, München identified, stop descent, level 150, please.
Stop descent, flight level 150, Lufthansa 78.
78 Delta, reduce speed 230 knots.
Reduce speed 230 knots.
I'm also going to start reducing speed a bit. München Abend, die Postman 51 Kilo, 240, descending, flight level 200, 2,000 more, information Romeo.
Postman 51 Kilo, München radar low identified, information Romeo, expect the ILS 26 left, cleared Kojak 1 Victor, arrival, descent to flight level 170.
Cleared the Kojak 1 Victor, arrival, descent level 170, and the ILS 26 left for the Postman 51 Kilo, and if possible, appreciate the RMP 26 left.
That's 12 Echo, change of plans, turn right, heading 170, expect...
It's weird how people will have different feelings about the
right,
landing different aircraft,
70
right?
and 26 left for North
At Papa Lima, just want to confirm speed 230 knots, 230 knots.
Cool. So we've done preparations. I would be ready. Oh, and what we haven't briefed yet. It's the missed approach. So missed approach, 263 Delta Papa 499 or 900 feet, whichever is later. Left 092 track Delta Papa 692, and then back to 693, 963, and then jump out. So it's a little pattern again. Climbing 5,000 feet.
Descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
No, not yet, Voyager. We'll see. He's very busy right now, so I'll try to post that.
Viking 1 Alpha Mike, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descent 4,000, QNH 1014, Viking 1 Alpha Mike.
Viking 2 Alpha Charlie, contact
so we have 170, ready speed.
840, call sign only. Viking 2 Alpha Charlie, 120.840.
So we cleared the 1 Victor. Just check.
KLM 8, correction KLM 341.
We don't have.
Level 80.
Flight level 80, KLM 341.
Viking 1 Alpha Mike, reduce speed 220 knots.
I don't see any speed restrictions, just to 50 below 100.
1 Alpha Mike.
The rest.
Ryanair 8 Papa Lima, descend to flight level 80, reduce speed 220 knots.
Let's do the
801220,
descent checklist.
Ryanair 412, descend to flight level 80, reduce speed
so, recall.
30 knots.
Checked. Notes, check, no notes. Order break 2.
Lufthansa 78 Delta, descend to flight level
Landing data, VREF 153, minimum Barrow 830, approach briefing completed, descent checklist complete.
Viking 1 Alpha Mike, contact Leipzig arrival 120.840, call sign only.
D3642, hello to you.
Arrival 120.840, call sign only, Viking 1 Alpha Mike, ciao ciao.
KLM 341, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Busy. I think the airport is 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock there. But I can see all the aircraft flying around here. Flushing. That is a very straight star, I agree. Yeah.
Postman 51 Kilo, turn right heading 100, or vectory on the southern downwind.
That's copied, right heading 100, Postman 51 Kilo. Heading select. Let's see, is there a southern...
341, contact Leipzig arrival 120.840, call sign only.
Let's have a look if there's anything...
Lufthansa 78 Delta, descend to flight level 80.
Descend to flight level 80, Lufthansa 78 Delta.
And 78 Delta reduced to 20 knots now.
We would also like to fly 220 knots, minimum clean speed, Lufthansa 78 Delta.
Delta, roger, and then minimum clean.
Minimum clean, Lufthansa 78 Delta.
No, I'm not seeing anything really that would make sense. What about room?
Postman 3845, descend to flight level 100.
So
level 100, Postman 3845.
Yeah, Goxley. Hang on. But that's for the 08.
Postman 51 Kilo, contact 126.175.
126.175, just the Postman 5. Okay.
Sure.
So we'll ask the RMP again on this frequency. That should be approach right.
Times on 154, expect altitude right, and keep there at Yao.
Let.
154, confirm Yavo Yankee Alpha Whiskey Oscar Yankee.
Yeah, we'll do some patterns after we land, or we finish this flight.
Lufthansa 154, descend to flight level 100.
Descend to flight level 100.
Leipzig-Halle arrival. Hello, the Postman 51 Kilo, level 170, heading 100.
Postman 51 Kilo, München radar, hello, identified, descend to flight level 80, expect ILS runway 26 left with information Quebec.
Okay, we'll check Quebec, descent level 80, currently on heading 100. And if possible, we would appreciate the RNF 26 left, Postman 51 Kilo.
Postman 51 Kilo, roger, and that tails expect RNF 26 left.
Thank you much. Expecting RNF 26 left, Postman 51 Kilo. So let me
230, reduce speed to 20
change
knots, contact
that.
arrival on 129.765, goodbye, calls and only.
Just can't get the departure. Alright, so 80 level change.
Knots, contact on 129.65.
Yeah, we'll change. We'll leave that.
Fly 1 to Echo, descent to
so that was the Goxley 1 Victor arrival. That's the only one really that has a southern transition there.
Speed 220 knots, then take us on the rest.
Right, let's do that. Not that we're going to be cleared that way.
5,000 feet.
It's just for me to have some reference to where I am.
Down to 5,000,
nonetheless,
and speed 220 knots for North.
The approach later will start from invalid delete. Okay, so let's go do that.
Postman 26, section Lufthansa 26, Papa.
So we've sequenced that. So we're going to get vectors again to jogger, and the rest remains the same. So we can check again the approach real quickly. So
Postman 51 Kilo, proceed direct to Delta Papa 459er.
Direct Delta Papa 459er, Postman 5 Kilo. So Delta Papa 459er, which is pretty much on the final there. Execute, and we press LNAV. Hang on. Execute. LNAV. Good, so 459er is where?
Lufthansa 26 Echo Papa, contacting the Bremen radar on 126, decimal 425, goodbye.
It's there. You see at the end point of that arrival. So 459er, and then what I'll do, I'm just going to put jogger below the discontinuity. So that way we have sequenced the points now. Cool. Good. Let's go vertical speed. No need to dive down that steeply. Speed, vertical speed, and we'll do pinned approach. So the RMP. So again, jogger 448, 447. And then we have Takeoff 3 degree down, 8 miles distance, the threshold. And yeah, it says 261. It should be 263 track. But that's again one of the inaccuracies here of the flight sim. Good. We have seatbelts on. Let's get the line lights on here. Checklist has already been completed. Arnav Baro 830 still remains the same. Correct. Good. As briefed.
Fly 12 Echo, contact Leipzig, arrival on 12.
Now we're going to go back to 250 knots
goodbye.
as we cross towards 10,000 feet.
129.765 for North Dakota, Osman.
I'm going to go back to level change. Wow, now the runway's coming.
154, continue present heading.
Busy. But honestly, so during daytime, Leipzig is like completely dead. There's hardly any traffic, at least when I flew to Leipzig on daytime trips. Nighttime, it's crazy. Nighttime is just completely chaos with all those freighters around, cargo planes around. Yeah, Cologne. I remember, true story, the first time I was on the 737, and back then we had 130 737s at our airline, 130, including some of these convertibles. So daytime they had seats in them, and then they converted them during nighttime ops so that I could load containers into them. And I remember that we flew. No, we were direct to Delta Papa 459. So then comes the day, the first time I flew Frankfurt, Cologne, Bonn nighttime cargo on the 737, and it's like a 25 minute flight, and so the captain orders like, I don't know, like, you know, an hour extra fuel. And I'm like, oh, are we supposed to tank the fuel to come back to Frankfurt? And he said, no. I said, well, why are you taking an hour extra for a 24-minute flight? And he just said, just wait and see. So we got airborne, and after reaching cruising level, you know, level 100 or something, we got the first holding. And I kid you not, we had an hour holding into Cologne Bonn. And so don't ask me why. That was 1995, and don't ask me why they didn't give out slot times. I have a feeling that because Frankfurt had night curfew, you had to get out of Frankfurt. I guess that's just the way it is. And then he just had to fly holding. So yeah, that was crazy times. And another experience I had. We flew night cargo from...
Osman 51 kilo, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1014, speed 220 knots.
Descend 5,000, QNH 1014, and speed 220 knots, Postman 51 kilo. Good, 1014.
054, turn right,
220 knots.
Descend to altitude 5,000.
I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm going to go 224, okay? No, nobody say anything. Don't want to put the flaps to one. Yeah, so I flew night cargo. It was a 5-day rotation, and every night it was the same. So during the day, you had your layover, and then nighttime, we had Nuremberg,
154,
Luxembourg,
turn right now, heading
3 or 4 hours stop during the night, and then we flew back to Nuremberg to land just after night curfew in Nuremberg. That was all we did. And so in those 3 hours that we stayed in Luxembourg, there was a shelter, like a hangar, for the cargo pilots. And I kid you not, it was like on Star Wars, walking into those bars where you had like all kinds of creatures from all around the galaxy. So there was a bar. They didn't sell alcoholic drinks, but there was a bar with soft drinks. There was a snooker pool table. There were slot machines. You had some bunk beds in the corner.
Data Popper 465.
You know, people smoking. It was hilarious. But it was so much fun. You met so funny people there. I loved those rotations. They were so cool. Well, let's go vertical speed. Yeah, it's just out of the world. It was just so unexpected, right? So cool times, I have to say. Right, outside view, careful with your ears. Not too bad. Hey, Dark Eye.
Flight level 1.
Yeah, okay, dann machen wir 1-1. Lufthansa 75.
I had daytime stops at Dublin. Well, I mean, at nighttime as well. We stayed overnight in Dublin, but we didn't fly cargo to Dublin, if that's what you mean. But I've been to Dublin many times. Many times. Loved the stop there. Beautiful city.
Climbing 7,000 at 5,000.
Lufthansa 108 München, hello, identified. Climb to flight level 160.
Canterfall 160, Lufthansa 108.
How am I on TA only? Hang on, why am I on TA only? I've got TARA. Strange. Out. Yeah, they're not sugar slot machines. I don't know who installed them there, but...
2005 Kilo, contact arrival on 129 decimal 765 call sign only, goodbye.
Call sign only on 129er. Now let me see if I find it. A second address, please.
129er 765, goodbye.
765. Dankeschön, tschüss. Die Postman 5 Kilo.
Lufthansa 154, turn right heading 350.
Right heading 350.
Postman 4214, proceed direct Bamki.
Lufthansa 230 Tower, 125, 955.
125, 955, Lufthansa 230, ciao.
Vanessa 125, 955, ciao.
So we have to south tower, 121, 105.
12 Echo, left 29.
So it's 2 tower frequencies tonight.
Catch them 26
because
left,
of that amount of traffic.
290 cleared 26 left for not forward.
Guten Abend, die Postman 5, 1 Kilo.
5 Kilo, arrival identified. 5 Kilo, can you accept vectors or do you want it direct for the ANP?
We can accept vectors for the ANP.
1 Kilo, roger, turn left heading 010.
Left heading 010, Postman 5 1 Kilo. So let's go heading select 010. Speed coming back, flaps 1, speed's checked. Flaps 1. We'll stay on 220 knots for now.
78 data, speed 170 until 5.
170 until 5.
Yeah, so his concern is, I mean, RMP approaches have to be flown so that you cross a certain waypoint.
78 data, speed 170 on occasion, speed 160 until 4.
So what we can do is select a waypoint on the final, let's say for example 447, put that up there, and then just go inbound 261, and execute. So that we get extended center line, right? So now I can use LNAV again to intercept that final track line. Oh,
Then 5 kilo, descend 3000.
3005, 1 kilo.
Then 3 for 5, right heading 17.
So I'm just starting to slow down here.
Right turn 170,
so we have
3845.
vertical speed. Flaps are 5, yep. 3000. Let's read the approach checklist. Approach altimeter 1014. Checked. Approach checklist complete. Yeah, RNAV and RMP. So RMP in general, you need onboard monitoring equipment. So see RNAV as being the initial basic area navigation.
5 kilo left turn, heading 290, cleared RMP, runway 26 left.
Heading 290, cleared the RMP, 26 left. Postman 5 kilo. So I'm going to press LNAV now.
5 kilo, speed 200.
Speed 200, postman 5 kilo.
7 data, 125, 955.
So now we go LNAV, okay.
Then the 78 data, reduce approach speed 125, 955.
261.
125, 955, from 78 data.
And final approach speed, please.
Final approach speed from 78 data.
Not 12 echo, speed 170 until 5.
170 until 5.
Far out. Blimey.
325, right heading 220.
Long final. 200 knots.
Right turn 220.
So one thing I find as well here with the PMDG, speed control is meh. It dips down or before it actually does something with the auto thrust. Out. Remember one thing, guys. RMP is a non-precision approach. When we get to the tower, we have to do what? Confirm QNH, exactly. So you guys have to remind me because I'm going to forget. So yeah, so RMP. So RMP is the a kind of a more general-based system in the aircraft where you need a couple of things technically, and one of those things is the monitoring. So the accuracy monitoring system. So it means should your required required accuracy
Not 1 to echo, 1 to 1, 105.
1 to 1, 105.
So here at the moment it's 1.0 and the actual 0.05. So on final approach it should be 0.3 required. And so if the actual goes outside, for an RP approach, you need a system that warns you.
And the 154 left heading 35.
And the crew needs to be certified, correct? Crew needs to be certified, trained, certified. Oh, it is a progress page. Yes, M310 Boeing, exactly. Progress page, page 4. Yeah, there it is. RMP.
Postman 5, 1 kilo, speed 130 until 5.
170 to 5, postman 5. So let's do the next set. Flaps. 15, 170 until 5. Good. Now that we're level, alt, hold, I'm going to dial in the minimums. Now watch this. As I'm dialing the altitude down, so normally it goes down 100 feet, right?
The 154 descent 3000.
But as I get close to my minimums, look at this. It actually puts in the exact minimum.
The 154 descent 3000 feet.
Descent 3000,
so now we are reaching our...
5 kilo, 1 to 1, 105.
1 to 1, 105, Dankeschön, 5, 1 kilo. So as I'm now reaching TACO, the final ascent point, I am going to press VNAV, and you have to be careful now because it's going to close the speed window and then maybe potentially accelerate again. So quickly, VNAV and speed intervention again. So now we have VNAV path.
The 154.
That's something where people get caught out. So we're currently 7 miles. Okay. I'm going to put the gear down to help with the drag. Tower, empty. Postman 5 kilo on the RP26 left. Flash 20.
Postman 5 kilo, Leipzig Tower, hello. Now fly 12 Echo, wind 160 degrees, 5 knots, 26 left, clear to land.
26 left, clear to land, auf 1 Echo, Dankeschön.
German cargo, 1, correction, 9R12, contact mission radar, frequency 126.065.
Mission radar 126.065, German cargo 9R12, ciao.
25, and 5 miles, so plus 5. Wind is calm, so we're going to take 158 approach speed here. Last thing to do is read the landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. Let's do some flying. And a flight. So again, you can see the trim speed setting. It says fly by wire.
Postman 5 kilo, expect light clear clearance.
Copy, Postman 5 kilo. So now we should not really need to trim the aircraft anymore, and it should maintain the speed.
1,000.
Which makes it very stable. 1,000 is checked. So the only time we need to trim is if the speed changes. So our duty now is to make sure that we keep the actual speed as closely as possible and don't allow the speed to run away.
Leipzig Tower, good evening, Postman 3845.
So I'm going to put the
3845, Leipzig Tower, hello.
flight directors off. I'm going to dial in 5,000 feet for the missed approach.
500. Approaching minimum. 400. Minimum.
Continue. I don't know where that traffic is, but we're getting close.
Postman 5 kilo, proceeding traffic is about to vacate, wind 160 degrees, 5 knots, 26 left, clear to land.
26 left, clear to land, Postman 5 kilo. We're getting a bit high here. Oh, stutters.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Just inside the touchdown zone there. So we got speed breaks up. Reverse a
green. 12 Echo, thank you. 121.805, bye-bye. North fly 12 Echo, North fly disregard.
Brakes. Auto brake off.
121.805 for North fly
6 knots. That was a close
North fly 12 Echo, contact ground 121.805.
30 knots. That was close to go around. Absolutely.
Stand by. Postman 5 kilo, taxi left via Tango, contact ground 121.805, bye-bye.
Left Tango, 121.805, Dankeschön, Postman 5 kilo. So let me just vacate the runway completely before we start going heads down to connect with the ground.
Postman 3845, wind 160 degrees, 5 knots, 26 left, clear to land.
Look how busy they are.
26 left, clear to land, Postman 3845.
Alright, cool. So let me just stop here so I don't go off the taxiway. 121.805. It's always the same, isn't it? Always close to go around.
Ryanair 8 Papa Lima on block, thank you very much, guten Abend.
Ciao.
Guten Abend, die Postman 5 kilo, just vacated.
Postman 5 kilo, hello, taxi to stand. Taxi via Tango, hold short of Sierra 7, stand will be 469er.
Tango, hold short Sierra 7, and the stand will be 469. Copied, Postman 5 kilo.
Flight 1 to Echo, continue via Hotel 1, hold short of November.
Hotel 1, hold short November, November.
KLM 442, continue via November,
So
hold short
Sierra
of Hotel
7 is here.
Continue via November, hold short, Hotel 7.
469 is then here.
Lufthansa 78 Delta, continue via Whiskey 1, hold short of November.
Cool. After landings.
Whiskey 1 and hold short of November, Lufthansa 78 Delta.
Not fly 1 to Echo, taxi to position 136 via Hotel 1 in November.
136, Hotel in November, not fly 1 to Echo, schöne Ostern.
Tito.
The flare.
Executive 9965, falling short.
I mean, I was a bit distracted because
Executive 99965, continue via Echo 8, Charlie, Alpha 8.
Because of the traffic
Echo 8, Charlie,
on the
Alpha
runway,
8.
and we got a bit high in the profile.
Air Force 23, Charlie, Yankee will call you in 2 to 3 minutes.
But we'll do some patterns anyways in a minute. TCAS, traffic. There we go.
Postman 3845 on frequency.
Yeah, I showcased my... Well, I mean, so the flight to Frankfurt, I do have a video, yes.
Cargo 914 requesting taxi.
I do have that.
Cargo 914, taxi Zulu 4, Victor Sierra 10, tolling point runway 26 left.
Zulu 4, Victor Sierra 10, holding point 26 left, Cargo
AP
914.
was running, fantastic. Here's Sierra
Good evening,
7
Postman
coming up.
3845, taxi Tango.
Postman 3845, hello, taxi right via
So we're gonna
Sierra
hold
5,
here.
Victor and... Direction right, Sierra 5, Victor, Zulu 3, blue line stand 444.
Uh-oh, show all positions.
Then 444, Sierra 5, Victor, Zulu 3,
There
blue
it is,
line for Postman 3845, thanks.
And here's...
Postman 5 on Kilo, gives way to German cargo, Boeing 777 on Zulu 4. Thereafter taxi to position 469er via Sierra 8 and Zulu 4.
Getting away to the 777 on Zulu 4 and then via Sierra 8, Zulu 4, stand 469. Postman 5 on Kilo.
Lufthansa 78 Delta, taxi to position 108 via November.
So here's the 777
To
coming out.
position 108 via November.
There's Zulu
Lufthansa
4, so it's past that. Okay, that's fine. So not an issue for us. The off-grid, hello to you. All good, how are you doing? All good. Yes, we'll do the daytime pattern, yeah, absolutely. Right, so I'm going to have to give way at Zulu 4. Which is the next one, isn't it? That's Sierra 8. Yeah, the beam, that's one. Next one to the right is Zulu 4. So we're clear now. Cool.
Air France 23 Charlie Yankee, pushback approved, facing east.
Pushback approved, facing east, yeah. 23 Charlie Yankee.
Yeah, regarding flare, remember that we flew the flag factor 777 to Keflavik, and I said it felt so nice. Here it didn't feel terribly bad, but I am not sure. I can't really tell from that if it was flary or
Jet Executive 9965, contact tower on 125, decimal 9955.
We shall do some patterns.
125, 9955, Jet Exec 9965.
So here's 477, that should...
German cargo 914, contact 121, 105.
There.
121, 105, German cargo 914.
Lights off.
KLM 442, holding short of Hotel 7.
KLM 442, continue taxi via Echo 8, Charlie and Alpha 8.
Echo 8, Charlie and Alpha 8, KLM 442.
Lufthansa 78 Delta, you've missed position 108. Taxi
So here's
now
469.
any stand on your left hand side.
Any stand on the left, Lufthansa 78 Delta.
Big aircraft. There's a marshaller. How come a marshaller doesn't have stairs or something?
Touchdown to stadium from the 154 on Charlie.
Lufthansa 15.
Yeah, I mean, Leipzig-Halle is
continue
known
via
for the
Charlie Whiskey
DHL ops,
1,
right?
hold
For the
short
cargo
of
ops.
November.
There it is.
Charlie Whiskey 1,
Ground floor in Air Turkey Charlie, request taxi to holding short of runway 26 right, stand number 143.
Air Turkey Charlie, hallo, Pushback approved, flashing east.
Pushback approved, flashing east in Air Turkey Charlie.
Park brake is on. Shut down items.
Just on the 154, real estate parking 130, relay push the aircraft.
Actually, let's try to get the dome light.
Confirm call center Lufthansa 154.
Good, so we'll switch off
Lufthansa
the...
154, continue via Charlie Whiskey 1, hold short of November.
Yeah, Charlie Whiskey.
Hydraulic, fuel pumps, beacon, seatbelts off.
We are not cleared already.
Good night.
We are
Thank you so much, Voyager. Same to you. Have a great Easter time. And maybe if you like on Sunday.
Air France 23 Charlie Inca, FRE clearance for you, report ready to come.
Good, let's get the shutdown checklist. Park brake is on. Shutdown checklist complete. Fantastic. Good. Okay, so without quick further ado, with the log of VATSIM, we'll put this to daytime. And then I'm going to put myself on to 26 left for some patterns. Live weather. And I mean, it's good. We don't have much wind, do we? It doesn't work, Jacob. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, but it did not record anything. I guess it's not working in 2024. So what we'll do, we use GSX to reposition the aircraft. Reposition aircraft. Then we get the engines running. 26 left start. Just 26 left. Wonderful. Then we can go menu. Setup, load state, runway. So it's going to take a few seconds to start up. We'll give the aircraft a time. And then we're going to have to set the aircraft to some sensible values regarding weights. So we'll go type in Leipzig. So those that want to have silence here, those that want to have some or see something, you know, with regards to the patterns. Anything special, like anything with the weights or flap settings, I'm all ears. So I'm just going to put a departure runway, nothing else. And just to help us a little bit with the latest stabilization. Engine failure. Well, we can do it at the end. We can do an engine failure, Germany. So if you're up for that, why not? Good. Then we will put in fuel. 5,000. Yeah, we can do that at the end. Yeah, we can do it single engine go around as well. So 5,000 kilograms of fuel is about an hour. And the payload, put the aircraft to 90%, okay? So 240 reserves 2 tons. Although, shall we put a bit more fuel in there? Yeah, let's put in maybe 10 tons of fuel. Just so we do some touch and goes maybe. We'll do that in, what's the pattern altitude here? We had QNH 1014. Oh, we forgot QNH. Anybody remember that we have to ask for QNH settings? You see how difficult it is sometimes to remember that. I didn't see anyone remind. You did not. You did not. Did you? Hang on. I'm scrolling up now, guys. I'm scrolling up. Hang on. 500 continue. Oh, you did. Okay. Oh, right, you did. Yeah, I've seen it. You did your duty. It's my fault. Alright, I'll take that. Chat was having a heart attack over again. Excellent. That's the way it should be. Let me put Cosnex 50 and then, what was it? It's 500 feet, really. Hold on, 500 feet. Yeah, 500. So we're going to put the pattern at 2,000, okay? I'm not sure if that's going to work here. Yeah, it is. 2,000 feet. I'm just going to put TO2 55, very light. Takeoff flaps 5. CG 4.75. Just going to take the speeds as they are, okay? Anything else? Fuel pumps. Beacon, strobe is on. Land lights. Yeah, you need a QNH. Landing rate was 125. So, checklist. Checklist. Checklist override. So we've done that. Oops. Then trim 4.75. Fantastic. Right, that's set. So we have. Yeah, let's read the before start checklist really quickly because there's a couple of items in here that are important. So MCP, we have 157, heading 261, and altitude, we'll put in 2,000. I'm going to put also, don't be surprised, I'm going to put the minimums indicator on 2,000 feet. It just helps visually to have that green pointer there. And then I'm going to dial up the altitude 5,000 so that we don't get continuous chimes there for the altitude deviation. At least that's the theory. So 2,000. Come on. 1990. 2,000. Cool. Good. Take a speeds. 155, 155, 157. City pre-flight completed. Trim 4.7500. Taxi takeoff briefing completed. Before taxi recall. Checked. Auto brake, RTO. Flight controls checked. Ground clear. And takeoff checklist complete after click next. Cool. Alright, so trim, everything set. Let's do this. So left hand pattern at 2,000 feet. And don't tell me we have chocks in place. Do we have chocks in place? On the runway? Seriously? No, we don't. It's removed. Okay. here. Crosswind. Oh, hang on. Why?
You've got to be kidding me.
No, that's fine. General. So search input, left, right. Why can't I can't release the parking brake? Are you kidding me? Let's have a look for the wheel brakes. Keyboard. Brakes. Parking brake or whatever. Parking brake, parking brake, parking brake. Parking brake off, shift B. Shift B. Shift B. Oh, there we go. Right, let's try again. The elephant is too heavy. Yeah, we're moving. Yeah, we're moving. I think we're moving. Yeah, we are moving. Well, not really. Come on. The weird thing is, I remember there was I think it was an X-plane or something, or in P3D. We had the same issue that at Leipzig, at some point we couldn't taxi. It was like glued to the runway or something. Yeah, the new asphalt is working great, yeah. The aircraft is glued to the runway. GG's. Right, let's see. So maybe didn't like the repositioning there. So before we do anything else, I'm just going to release the parking brake. Here we are moving. Okay, fantastic. Cool. So, again, really quickly, route. I know we're on 08, but the wind was calm, guys. We'll do a 08 pattern. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. So it's 8 right. Execute. Ghost, yeah, we tried to reposition the aircraft to do some patterns, but the aircraft was like glued onto the runway. Couldn't really move, so had to restart the sim here. So payload was 90%. TO2 45, takeoff, flaps 5, set, trim 4.75, speed 157, so 5,000 here. Then we are going to put this again 2,000 feet. Yeah, setting bar at 2,000 feet. Give me a second. There it is. 1014. Fuel pumps off, lights on, strobe is on. Goes on as well. And then we're just going to go skip the checklists. Oh, yeah, checklist complete. There we go. Perfect. let's do this. So we have thrust set. Knots checked. 100 checked. Well, 80 knots checked. Rotate. So rotation is fine. Here comes the pitch up, 10-12 degrees. Positive rate, gear up. Here's the fly-by-wire trim speed, so it's nose heavy. I really have to pull back. It takes some time for the fly-by-wire to actually load in, if you like, and keep the pitch. So flight director is going off. Gonna put the speed to, let's put that to 190. Climbing, flaps 5. Good, we've got the 2,000 feet. So let's try to find a power setting here to maintain the flat path vector going here. So we're in trim with the speed, just a bit over speed. We can correct that. So now that I've pretty much got the right speed that I've trimmed to,
approaching minimum.
Disregard. So just go outbound. We're gonna have a bit of tailwind, just a tad. It shouldn't really matter too much. Continue.
Minimum.
Yeah, so the pitch down moment is definitely noticeable after takeoff, and it does take quite some time for the fly-by-wire system to kick in and maintain your pitch. So right now, I do have to. Yeah, so this, I think this is what people are saying, is that it is doing a few things sometimes where it should actually lower than those, but it just takes too long, right? It's just delayed. Look, we're climbing still, even though we're below speed. So the fly-by-wire system should have lowered the nose by now, really. And I should not have to push the nose down, right? But it's like not major. It's something you will feel to be there. Let's start the chrono here. Oops. And we'll go outbound 45 seconds. Put the flaps to 15. And any flap change should not require you to change the pitch. It should happen automatically. All you have to do is add a bit of thrust for the increase of drag. But as long as the speed stays the same, it should maintain altitude, which it does. I'm just doing a bad job regarding my altitude tracking myself. But overall, that was okay. How come I didn't hit that button correct? Good. So let's pretend we've got our 45 seconds. Gears coming down. Flaps 20. So now comes the difficult part, because we have to continuously trim the aircraft so that it doesn't go into a steep dive. Now it shouldn't lower the nose too much. So now it should actually pull up a bit to maintain or to reach that. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? It's just delayed. That's the problem. I think that's what's catching people out. It shouldn't descend that quickly. It should actually pull back like I'm doing now. Pull up the pitch. in order to catch that fly-by-wire trim speed. No, it's going to be a bit low here. Add a bit of thrust. Yeah, so that's something I would say is a bit inaccurate. That is just, and that of course will catch people out. It'll be low here. How do I start? Where's that push button? Let's do flaps 25. Let's trim for flaps 25. So again, fly-by-wire speed is at flap. Look at this. So why is it diving?
1,000 flight slow.
Yeah, it's not working. This shouldn't happen.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Now it's reacting. Now it's slowly pulling up.
Flight slow.
And that's just not quick enough. Look, now it's reacting,
slow.
but it's just too slow.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
Right, let's do flaps 25. Let's do 25.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
So auto brake remains off, speed brake remain disarmed, non-standard for touch and go. Now let me get the aircraft into trim speed here. Yeah. So if that's what people are referring to, I can relate. So in the pattern here, it seems okay. So if you're on final approach and everything's settled, then it feels like it's all good, right? But the moment that you do some turns, and especially when you have some flaps out or something, then it just feels as if the nose is dropping, which it should not do. As long as the speed is the same, it should not drop the nose.
50, 30, 20, 10.
So pulling back on the yoke feels okay. Settling down nicely. Yeah, that's all right. Let's get the flaps to... And let's rotate. Flaps coming 5 again. Pause rate. Yeah. I don't know, Mark. I don't know. No, so let me try to give this to keep that a bit clearer, guys. Okay, so let me do the pattern again. Oh, that's a pitch up. I just noticed the pitch up as well now. Oh, I know what you mean. It's if you go into the protection area, that's when it pitches up like crazy. I think that's what people were referring to. Good, flaps are 5. Let's get 5 speed in here. Let's trim to 5 speed. Let's see that we get the aircraft stabilized. So, here's the idea, guys, right? As you can see on the trim here.
Approaching minimum.
So it does have that blip thingy you guys were talking about earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to go do a quick round out here. Keep the speed, and then I'm going to keep the altitude. Okay, we've got flaps 5. So let's maintain altitude, check the power, and let's get the flight path vector onto the horizon here. And let's get the trim set. Okay, so you can see we are stable on the speed. Okay, so now if I go into 25-degree bank, add a bit of thrust so that we don't slow down, and I let go of the yoke, it should maintain altitude. So it's actually descending, even though it's speeding up. Okay, it's reacting now. But look at this speed. So we're way over speed. It should really go a bit more aggressive in correcting. But there it's essentially doing what it's supposed to do. So I wouldn't really complain too much about that kind of behavior. But I think when you start changing configurations and then turning, I have a feeling that yeah, something's going a little bit out of order there. At least it doesn't feel right. Okay, let me try again. Another thing I'm finding right now, look. So the fly-by-wire trim speed is above my actual speed. So there should be a fly-by-wire tendency to decrease the pitch for me. I should not have to fight the yoke. I should not have to push on the yoke. And I think, again, that's something that is catching people off guard. So for some reason, I'm trying to trim the aircraft, even though I shouldn't really need to trim it because I've set the trim to the trim speed that I want to fly, right? So I want to fly flat 5 speed, which is here, right? So now I'm going to get the aircraft, flight path vector onto the horizon line, let go. Stable. Now I turn a bit, add a bit of thrust. It's stable. That's how it should be. I'm going to put the gear down now. Add a bit of thrust. Keep the speed. It should keep the altitude. I'm going to put flaps 15. Actually, let's go flaps 20 even. Keep the speed. Here comes flaps 20. It should, as long as I maintain the speed, it should not start descending at all. It's stable. All good as it is. Here comes flaps 25. Now I'm going to start slowing down, but I'm going to trim. You can see the fly-by-wire trim. I'm going to put the trim to my commanded speed. Look, so we're way, way, way fast. Okay? So I've trimmed all the way back. I'm letting go of the yoke. It's way outside of its commanded speed. And here's the problem, I think. It's just not, it's not correcting fast enough. It is eventually correcting. So now it should stabilize on the speed here.
1,000.
Gonna add a bit of thrust so that we get a good value there.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
It is working. It is there. So the programming regarding C*U is there. I can feel it.
Flight slow.
But I would say that it's just a bit slow.
Flight slow.
It is just slow, yeah. It's just.
Flight slow.
Yeah, and I have to pull, really have to pull back on the yoke here to keep it level.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Yeah, so yeah, in a few, so some of these instances, it just doesn't feel correct. Kind of weird.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Once everything's settled,
Flight slow.
once everything's settled, it's okay. So now I'm going to start pitching down a bit to keep the path, keep the speed. bit slow here, below the speed.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
That's all right. So the flare, I would say I would be happy with the flare behavior. I don't feel like it's let's go flaps 15 here. Positive right gear up. I don't have a feeling that it's floaty. I have a feeling that it's nice controllable regarding thrust reduction, getting into the flare, and it settles down nicely. It's something I would feel in the real aircraft, in my opinion. I also think that's something the flight factor does very well. The flight factor 777X plane. So good. Okay, so the only problem I feel what's happening is that for some reason, in some instances, it behaves a bit sluggish, as if the computation for the fly-by-wire system just goes a bit off the rails. Flaps 5.
Approaching minimum. Minimum.
So right now, I just have a feeling I really have to pull back a lot more than I should need to. Because normally I would have the fly-by-wire system supporting me automatically because I'm above the trim speed. But in that turn again I had to pull back, otherwise the nose would have dropped. I don't know. Yeah, it's strange. I understand, Lewis, hello. I understand the comments by some people saying that in a pattern it just feels a bit off sometimes. I can relate, yeah. Doesn't feel correct. Yeah, I mean, if you're up for it, I mean, I've got a few more minutes. So we'll do this landing, and then we'll hop into the flight factor 777 and do 2 or 3 patterns there. See how it behaves there. Okay, now if I find that button here, I don't know why can't I hit that button for some reason. That chrono button. Doesn't give me the push button because I want to. It is a push button normally, isn't it? Or is that just the time acceleration? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. I'm so used to clicking this thing. Thanks. Yeah. And then on some other sim, this has a little different function. Yeah. But I'm so used to clicking that there. Okay. Anyways. So let's put the gear down. I'm trying to get a bit better pattern here. Let's try again. So, speed is trimmed to flap 5. Here comes flaps 15. Add a bit of thrust. Ooh, yeah, that's pitch sensitive now. Look at that. Yeah, okay, that's the flaps coming out. Okay, speed is still there. Flaps 20. Let's do the turn. Okay, so now I'm going to start reducing speed. Okay, reduce the thrust. Fly-by-wire pitch goes to 20 speed. Yeah, and it shouldn't dive. While I'm above the speed, it shouldn't dive at all. Yeah, you see it increased even. So I really have to help the fly-by-wire system in pulling back on the yoke. And then once it settles, then slowly I have a feeling the whole calculations start to add up. No, the flyby doesn't show the trim speed. No. So you're gonna have to trust my instinct on that one. All right, so let's try to get the aircraft onto the correct path here, and then
1,000.
Yeah. It's just a delayed. It's a delay in the calculations, it seems, and then the actions within the flight sim before it really kicks in. That's the feeling I'm getting. And until then, you have to push and pull on the yoke, which is, of course, for someone that doesn't have a force feedback yoke, that's going to be difficult because they don't feel the out of trim
400.
situation.
300. 200. Sync rate.
Yeah, correcting.
Sync rate.
So let's try to flare again.
50, 30, 20, 10.
That's fine. All right. Cool. So speed breaks up, reverse, and normal. That's great, Fabian. Thank you so much. Yeah, so all I can conclude is, I don't know exactly what they did, but all I can personally, it's just my personal opinion. I'm not, if they will claim something else, then, or maybe someone else has a different feeling to it. But my feeling is that if you do everything slowly on a nice final approach, you reduce the speed slowly, configure the aircraft, trim the speed accordingly, then it will do what it's supposed to do with the fly-by-wire system. I don't think you're going to have bigger issues there. But sure, any kind of bigger inputs with regards to bank angle, configuration changes, there I get the feeling that it just does not aggressively enough change. Let's ignore that. The pitch and the load factor to help you to stay in your path. Right, so we could do the same thing here. I think we even have Leipzig here. So I already apologize for the FPS. They're going to be a bit worse than that, but it should be okay. So real world weather, let's start that. Ignore. Oh really? Another 777 pilot said it's a bit better, still feels meh overall. Okay, then my comments aren't that far off. What do you mean new update available? For the PMDG? Or X-Plan? No, X-Plan has a new update there, but I'm not sure. Is that a stable version? Or a beta version? I don't want to do the betas because they kill your plugins. No, the problem is TW simulations lossless scaling. I've tried it and it gives me tremendous stutters, especially when streaming. There's a stable update. Okay, thanks, Peter. And that version is no longer beta. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, yeah, well, I'll do the update then, yeah, tomorrow. Good. Okay, so we'll do the same thing, okay? We'll do the same pattern you'll see my inputs in the yoke and I'll comment on what I'm feeling. So what's missing though is you're not going to get the fly-by-wire indication there, unfortunately. So you're going to have to trust me on my comments there. Gute 350 Aviation. Geht gut, wie geht's dir? Start with engines running. Reload. Yeah, we have to start with engines running. Otherwise it's going to take too long. Johnny? I mean, you can dislike PMDG for different reasons, be it their policy regarding upgrade fees, etc., etc. But I'm just commenting on the aircraft itself. Okay, I don't see my job to be influencing in the sense that
auto throttle on.
In regards to what they did, their politics, etc. So all I'm saying is the aircraft systems, the feel, etc., etc. Right, and that's what you get here with me. So let me do that. It's nice to see that the FMC works here as well, which is great. The only thing though, I have to go with airplane, weight and balance, simplified loading, right? So we're going to put total fuel 10. And then zero fuel weight, was it 240 or something? There we go, let's try that. Loading page. Oh, where's my simplified loading? Why can't I find my... It's simplified zero fuel weight, right? Weight summary, no. Or is that because the engines are running? Main menu. Yeah, main. Oh, yeah, thank you. So 240 tons, but then it complains about. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Can't load that. Yeah, I know Bruno. I've talked to him. He's hopefully going to bring out an AFB at some point. CG summary, optimize CG 240. Well, that looks like at least fuel load 10. Is that already loaded? No. Fuel load 55. Load cargo. Yeah, but it's not loading. Simultaneous load. Well, that's.
Sir, they brought a new load.
Well, that's full. That's the problem. Oh, hang on. 10. Oh, hang on. You may be right. Because I thought that would fill up the aircraft. No, you're right. So 38.2%. Okay, then we'll fill the data in accordingly. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that helped them. So I'm going to put in departure arrival. So 26 left. Execute. Index arrival. That's 26 left. Execute. And then index performance. Yeah, 250 tons is correct. We'll do 2,000 feet. For the pattern thrust limit again, we'll do TO2 45. Pretty much the same settings. Takeoff 3 trims. The trim is a bit different. I hope that's not going to be a problem. It shouldn't really be that much of a problem, but we'll see. Well, this is more a test for the fly-by-wire system, right? Good. So we'll do that. 159. We'll do 5,000 here. And we'll do
altitude 5,000 feet.
104. And we'll do 2,000 feet here. Okay. Flaps 5. Otherwise it's going to complain. Flaps 5. There we go.
Taxi checklist. Before taxi. Engine anti-ice
Disregard.
as needed.
Takeoff.
On.
Oh.
Flight controls display. On. Selected.
There we go.
Flight controls.
So thrust set. Let's go azimuth thrust there. 80 knots set.
80 knots.
One thing already, the feeling, impression I'm getting, I feel the aircraft being heavier. V1. Rotate.
V1.
Oh. So maybe the trim, I know trim set got...
positive rate.
That did not really match up. But this is okay, so I can feel now, just from the feel of the aircraft, the way it behaves, that's pretty much trimmed. So manual thrust. So there you go. And we'll put 5 speed in here. 2,000 feet. Trim down a bit. Flight directors are going off.
Knots. Check.
I hope the trim setting, so the MAC isn't too wonky here. So I hope that's not an issue.
Speed check.
What?
Flaps 1.
Disregard. What?
215 knots.
Leave my flat lever alone. Oi! Oh, that co-pilot. I should switch that off. How do I switch it off?
1.
No, 5. Oh, hang on. Where's my setting for the co-pilot? Simulation. True interaction voice. Is that it, or? I hope so. No. Why does it go to flaps up? Oh my god. Yeah, alright. Hope it solves the problem now, because I have a virtual co-pilot here now. That doesn't... Yeah, like, hang on. What on earth? So why is he putting the flaps up all the time? Maybe... Hold on, let me just pause that for a second. I'm not sure. Do I have maybe some other... settings here with flaps somehow. It could be a different key binding. It's not here. Yoke, pitch trim, pitch trim, pitch trim, roll, pitch, cameras. No. What about this? No sort here. No, that's fine. Gamepad, UID, non. Nope. Roll trim. Yeah, this. I tell you what, I'm gonna take this out, so that it doesn't do anything crazy. Let's try that. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, so maybe a button binding there. Nope, let's put the flaps up. I think it might be menu from the top. Oh yeah, it could be so flat factor here. Options.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
FO.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Okay, maybe that was it. Auto performance procedures. Yeah, so maybe that was it. Let's try that. Flaps 5. Yeah, that could have been it. Cool. Alrighty. Let's try to get the aircraft into a stable path here, and then let's again try to evaluate with the speed setting. So a bit fast, obviously. So I'm trying to get the aircraft trimmed. So the issue is, of course, I have no trim indicator, so I can only trust my force feedback yoke to determine if I have the aircraft trimmed. Which, for me, it feels like right now it is trimmed. So if I maintain the speed, let me just get the aircraft to level flight here. So now it should raise the nose. But, well, at least keep the pitch here right. Get me fast. So you see how now the descent rate decreases. So I have a feeling that the flight factor, at least, does that a bit more aggressive, a little bit quicker. But we'll have a look here. So let me get the flaps 15. So again, we're above the speed. It should not lower the nose. It does.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Yeah, I wish we had the trim indication there, because that way I could see if we are at the correct trim speed, right? So that's a problem. I can only kind of trim the aircraft to what I'm sensing through the yoke. All right, let me try a nice pattern, nice even pattern now.
500.
Without any bigger trim changes. Okay, so speed brake is not armed on purpose. We have the auto brake off.
400. 300. 200.
So you can see I'm just flying it now with the thrust, okay? So speed goes below, increase the speed a bit. I'm not going to flare here.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Let's go flaps 15. Toga. Let's rotate. Right here. And thrust. So now I have it nicely trimmed to my speed. Flight track is coming off. So now I'm just reducing the thrust. So now that we're dropping below my trimmed speed, it should lower the nose, which it does. And it should recapture my speed. So I'm just going to go into roll here. I have not changed the trim. So now that it's getting to my speed, it should increase pitch, which it does. And you see this, so it's a bit faster, you see? Let's reduce the thrust a bit. Oh, that's a bit too fast. So from my feel, I would say the trim speed is exactly at flaps 5 at the moment. So you see now I'm a little bit above the 5 speed and it pulls up, reduces the vertical speed, right? So now I'm going to roll wings level. And again, trying to maintain that speed. I'm not going to touch the trim for now. To see how it stabilizes here. Yeah, I have a feeling that you are correct, Avimar. It does seem to have a bit of a dead band where it doesn't react. And then the only difference really I'm feeling is that the flight factor tends to react a little bit more firmly, so a bit quicker. Like now, for example, you see how it changes the pitch to just the vertical speed here because we're a bit fast. Okay, so I'm going to try to fly this as I would IRL. So here comes the clock. With a bit of tailwind, maybe 3-4 seconds less, 42 seconds. But just a tiny bit low on altitude, but the rest feels good. So I'm going to wait for the time to elapse and then I'm going to put the gear down. Gears coming down. So now I'm just going to have to do this by feel, okay? So I'm going to dial down the speed. I'm going to pull back and trim back as well at the same time. So we bleed off the speed. Trim back, trim back. Here comes flaps 20. Well, we're not going to arm the speed brakes. Keep the speed back, keep the speed back. Here comes flaps 25. Now we start our descend. Allow the aircraft to descend. But it feels nicer. I don't have to pull back as much as I did with the PMDG. Now a bit slow. Now I have to adjust that. But yeah, all in all, it feels a bit better. Yeah. Ja, bist du Uhr, 23 Uhr. Ja. Gute Nacht. Schlaf gut. Bis morgen. So. Yeah.
1,000.
Let's check. So you can see that it does feel overall more stable. But the tricky thing is, of course, to get the trim setting correct. So right now I don't have to pull back on the yoke. It just keeps nicely the flight path angle. Coming up to final here. There's runway just a tad low. We'll correct that again. Small inputs. Hardly had to do any kind of push or pull on the yoke this time.
500.
Gonna get on the right angle here and then trying to get the 3-degree profile. And again, I don't have to trim because I'm on speed. All I have to do is adjust the pitch to get onto that 3-degree profile. And then once I'm there, all I'm doing is I'm maintaining the speed with the thrust that I'm adding or subtracting. Right, the rest is done by the fly-by-wire system.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Let's go back to 15. There we go. On speed. Let's rotate. Pause rate. That's annoying with the viewpoint change. I thought that was the button, but it's not, is it? Oh, I've not unbounded. Disregard. Just explain. Good, but yeah, I feel this one was a lot better trimmed in the sense that I didn't have to change the trims that much. So I'm just going to trim back a little bit more to get that nice climb rate. Keep the speed steady. That looks good to me. Now I'm going to trim forward so that the aircraft trim speed is a bit higher. Also reduce the thrust. Now we're going to go into level flight. Add a bit more thrust. And then I'm going to let it stable at flaps 5 speed. Trying to get a feel for the aircraft trim. So this seems to be a good trim setting here. Let's keep the speed. Just a bit more nose down. Still a bit nose up. But yeah, we're very close to the optimum setting here. Yeah, that looks good. And that's what the real 777 or 787 feels like. So once you've got the right trim setting, so all the forces are trimmed away, so you have your reference point, and then from there it's just very little inputs. So adjust the pitch, maintain the altitude, add thrust to keep the speed, and then if the aircraft wants to climb, so you have to push against the yoke, you would just trim those down a bit. But right now I don't have to. It seems just a bit too much thrust, but the rest seems to be as it should be. And it's just nice and stable. Well, right now I would definitely say that the fly-by-wire overall just seems more stable to me, especially when you do some turns, etc. So it would be really cool. I have to contact the developer and see if he can do something similar to what PMDG does with the fly-by-wire trim setting, speed trim setting. if that's possible. But he would argue probably that the real aircraft doesn't have it either. So why should he put it in? Okay, so now I am going to have to add some pitch up trim as the aircraft starts slowing down. That's just the way it is. That's how the real aircraft works as well. But at some point you get a nice feel for it. You kind of understand how the rate of change of the speed correlates to the amount of trim that you have to put in. Flaps 25. And then from there, you get a nice feel. And you have your standard power setting. I mean, that's also important, right? So with a certain weight configuration, certain flap setting, you have a certain power setting, which will give you a nice reference. And from there, you just have to do small changes. Yeah, so overall, I would say definitely here, it just overall feels less chaotic in the sense that it suddenly starts, nosediving.
1,000.
So even now in the bank, it is just nice and steady. See how it keeps the vertical speed? I don't have to touch anything. Right, let's get nicely on path here. And let the aircraft do the rest. On path, just going to pitch down. I'm not trimming, I'm just going to pitch down a bit. To keep the required vertical speed to stay on path. Adjust the power setting. And that's it. And you saw how little inputs I had to make there.
400.
It's really nice. And that's what I mean. The real aircraft with that fly-by-wire system, it's just so comfortable to fly.
300.
Perfect. Nice.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That's exactly how I would do a real-world landing with the 777. Just a nice round out. (114 feet per minute). 1.13 Gs. You see? Nice. Definitely. This feels more like the real aircraft. It just has less issues with nose drops, etc. in the turns. So yeah. No, Aviamar, I tried that before. I don't think that's helpful. No, because I mean, in the end, the fly-by-wire trim input shows you clearly where the trim is in relation to your actual speed. So it makes absolutely no sense, as we saw, that you have like 30 knots overspeed to the trim speed that you have, and the aircraft is not even trying to pitch up. It doesn't make sense, right? There is a significant difference between the two, yeah, definitely. It's hard to describe, but when just flying the patterns now, not so chaotic as the first one that we took into it. I didn't have the right trim setting, but what I meant with the last two patterns where we had a nice climb out, I had the aircraft trimmed, we accelerated to flaps 5 on speed, I had the aircraft nicely trimmed, and then the pattern, I didn't really have to do much, right? It was just nice and stable, small adjustments in power and bit of trim, But overall, it just feels so much more comfortable, like the real aircraft, and not so finicky, where you have to quickly. Well, even you show that you're saying nose up trim, because I want the speed to be lower, so I'm setting the trim speed lower, 20-30 knots lower to my actual, but the aircraft really doesn't help me to lift up the nose, which is weird. Yeah, this here feels like you're in better control of the aircraft, in the sense that the fly-by-wire system is there. It helps you to stabilize the aircraft. Here you can feel it for sure, even in those 25-degree bank turns. In the PMDG, I often had the feeling, I'm trimming nose up, but it's not doing anything. Right? It just keeps the nose dropped. It doesn't help me to lift the nose. Right? That's it. Cool. Anyways, but overall, I don't want this to be a PMDG bashing. Overall, the flight that we did from Madrid to Leipzig was enjoyable. It worked as it should. The FMS was good. Autopilot did what it's supposed to be. The VNAV looked good to me. There weren't any bigger issues there. On final approach, as we had enough time to slow down and get the aircraft trimmed, no issues. Okay, so I did not have to fight the flight controls, right? So only when it came to those patterns that we did, for some reason, especially when you have a big difference between the actual speed and your trim speed, I'm missing that really more aggressive support from the fly-by-wire system, and that was missing on the patterns at least. I think so. Here's just my take on things. Microsoft 2024 Flight Sim doesn't make it easy for you to get all things correct. Power settings, drag model, fly-by-wire system. I can imagine it's a ton of issues that you have to fight. So I'm thinking Microsoft doesn't make it easy for the developers. But it's not, so the changes that we've seen hasn't really brought the big improvements that they announced. That's something I think you could say as well. There are still, they can say skill issue, right? So they can tell me, I'm not a rated 777 pilot, although I am, but I've never flown the 777 IRL, so skill issue, they can say that's fine. But from my take, especially now comparing it with the flight factor, there's something, at least in my feeling, wrong with the computations when it gets a bit more hectic, right? So when the difference between trim speed and actual speed become bigger, I have a feeling the whole system isn't fast enough to aggressively kick in. Yeah, okay, so it needs to be tuned correctly. The thing is, because we talked about this, Bruno, about some other aircraft, right? If it were easy, then certain things like drag model, over all the altitude regimes, would be so difficult to adjust, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the developers are skilled. I'm sure the programmers there, they are skilled. But if it's such a problem to get things correct, right, over different altitudes, temperature variations, configurations of the aircraft. And with the fly-by-wire, I would agree to the point that, it has to be tuned to react quicker, maybe more aggressively. But I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I don't know how, that is being done, or how easily that can be done, not breaking other things in sim. I don't know. But like I said, if you're doing a normal A to B flight and not really do anything hectic in the sense of, coming from 250, speed breaks out, gear down, flaps, and really try to slow down quickly and then try to trim the aircraft, and then of course you don't have force feedback, you're fighting against the forces there. Then things, I think, get a bit hectic and out of control. But overall, I enjoyed the flight from Madrid to Leipzig. Yeah. Avimar, that is just the thing. That is just, as we discussed many times. Yeah. It's getting better here slowly, but yeah, of course, yeah, textures overall are still not as good as we have on Microsoft Flight Sim. The question is, can you live with it? That the airport here looks like this, and the ground looks like it is, the trees look like it, the roads. Can you live with this or not? And that's a decision you have to make, not me. Right? Yeah, on different factors, exactly. Cool. Guys, thank you so much. And again, big shout out to Hunter for gifting those 5 subs today. Thanks for all the resubs. And have a great Easter time. I hope you find some nice relaxing moments, friends and families. Enjoy some good food. And then I'll see you, if you like, on Sunday. Hunter, thank you. I'll see you again on Sunday, 1600 UTC. And Avimar, thank you. Angie Gross, thank you much. Glad you enjoyed it.
Good night, Black
Peter,
Box.
thank you much. Good night to you all. Yeah. And my dear moderators, as always, thank you so much for all the help. And I'll see you again very soon. Good night, everyone. Here's the outro.